fingers crossed. Hopefully, that sorted it. Positively curious. Okay. Sorry, is there a very focused look on my face as I'm like trying to see if things are gonna like detonate and explode? Seems fine so far. Just not gonna poke it, and hopefully, the auto sensitivity stuff's been sorted. Yeah, I'm just watching all the no, Atlas, no. Yeah, I'm just watching all of the varying bars and levels and whatnot. That's loud. We can bring that down a little. Should be okay. Father Figuer. Fire the nuclear weapons. Sorry. Okay, sorry. J-Post, thank you kindly. Please don't. Please don't. But it looks like we're holding steady. So, okay. Alnus, Bacon, J-Post, Stepagen, Sadlin, XD Johnny XP and Katros. Or even Catastros, if I learn how to say words properly, like a people noise. Wolfgrad, Navalis. What, ho, friends? So, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we're doing alright. Ehrman, good morning. What ho, friend? Hello, hello. Oh. Yeah, so sorry if I feel like I'm kind of like spying things from a distance across a mountaintop. As I've got audio levels over here, which I'm watching like a hawk. I've got bitrate over here. Like, I have scoured this rig for every possible thing that could be trying to be helpful and auto-tweak the mic sensitivity. So hopefully today I will not be quite so quiet and not be quite so inaudible. Hopefully. Vanderbeest, head of house order, good morning, friend! What and welcome. Thank you kindly for filling the pint glass. Cheers to you. I'm working on my first coffee. Playing whack-a-mole with weird internet nonsense. Oh, the game news again. Okay, this week's game news continues to be, thankfully, nothing monstrously bombastic. I mean, the whole, like, Blizzard the Actiblizz buyout is getting some weird territory. Like, so much so is that I have a feeling there is more going on behind the scenes than we are aware of. But that's just, again, that's more like shamanistic. I'm getting a vibe rather than I have any like direct knowledge on. And we were shown once again why not to fuck with the mouse. Forgive my cursing, but you don't mess with the mouse. Like, oldest rule. Wolf crap, stats are for nerds. And Ehrman, it's just moved more. Our internet's been very wavy-davy this morning. Fiona's been having a bunch of problems. See? What did I just say? Don't break stuff. On it. Alright, well, let's give it another couple minutes. Let's see if we have another... like, just there. Just see what happens. But, friends, in the event that things... in the event that things aren't working as they need to today, we'll hop on my phone, we'll go for a stroll, go hang out somewhere. Now that I'm 100% clear, we can go get a coffee. Thanks to... John yesterday, I can actually afford to go out and buy a coffee. Anyway, Jackie, Central Kitsune, good morning. What ho, friends? Hello, hello. You're going to be on time travel mode now. Okie dokie. Sorry, I don't mean to be a drifty potato. There is a bunch of fun stuff to talk about today. And if we don't manage to get to today's weird game, oh boy. Like, this ain't going anywhere. Anyway, how's it been going with your lovely selves? Whilst we wait on bated breath to see how fucked the internet is. How's it going with your lovely selves? Tell me your tales, friends. I require conversation. I have been in a small flat for 1,000,000 years. Oh, Wolfcrad's got a 4-day weekend. Lovely. Cheers to you. And nothing more exciting, friends, than watching those little stats bounce all over the place. Yeah, there we go. Michael, good morning. What ho, friends? Wolfcrad's going to play Deathloop. Oh, you're going to have a great time with it. And Immortal End, that sounds feckin' cool. Be sure to take a picture of the Horde. Like, you've got to, that's the kind of stuff definitely share with Longshipian nonsense. I used to collect classic Game Boy games. That was kind of my little sphere of collection. Obviously, since I haven't been able to bring my stuff over, well, all my stuff over from the UK, and it's a very expensive hobby to get into, I haven't done anything with it. But I have dreams of returning, friends. I have dreams of returning. Catastros is still crawling their way through Neo 2. Regularly scream until their throat hurts. No! Become one. Become one with the game. Oh, Aldous is starting on the Gundam work. May have been a cackle at their ultimately batshit idea. That sounds feckin' grand. As you can see, things are slowly coming together. Rather than spiral further into completely unhinged last night, I just unpacked the airbrush. And it comes with 3 different brushes, so the Mac Daddy is going to be my first airbrushing experiment. So I'm looking at the old base coat. I've actually got top coat from 1,000 years ago. Back when I was a bit more flush, I bought a bunch of Tiyama? Yeah, I think it's the Tiyama stuff to use. I just never got the chance. I had grand intentions in the last couple of years when it came to Gandams. So getting ever so slightly closer to being able to do this makes me very, very happy. What ho and welcome. To those of you who have joined us, good morning. Hello, hello. But a quick heads up, we are experiencing some internet difficulties over here. So, if the internet does eat shit again, I'm just gonna go out for a walk with you lot. We'll go get a coffee and have a bloody good time. Go drink a coffee in a park or something, I don't know. But down on the dwarf, what ho friend, hello, hello. Hey, Aberios, it's still a raid. It still counts, mate. It still counts. Anyway, how are you doing, friend? Aperios, how was your show? How was your morning? Tell me your tales. As I said, I'm kind of in a bit of a holding pattern right now. The internet's been wibbly wobbly for us today, and it was fine until it ate shit for a bit, and now it's fine again. And I'm like, I don't know if we're gonna have to go on a stroll today. Anyway, I keep saying anyway with enthusiasm and gusto, like I'm about to leap forward into some, like, you know, articulate gymnastics with having no actual moves to back it up. Oh, yeah. I'm feeling the latency on this side, let me fucking tell you, friends. We've gone from our usual conversation to what can be best described as ASCII message in a bottle. By the power of coffee combined. So I tell you what, whilst we're in a technical problem holding pattern, whilst we're faffing around, This morning, we got a very good indication of why one does not feck with the mouse. So, as you may or may not have seen, 3 people got arrested. 3 people got arrested for running a Club Penguin revival site. Apparently, it had been going for a few years, but they didn't just get a cease and desist. There was a raid. 3 people have been arrested. The mouse is an unflinching, cold-hearted behemoth when it comes to this nonsense. Oh. Like, a few people were asking, like, why did it take so long for this to happen? Like, honestly, it's probably a combination of international law and the amount of time from being made aware of it in such a manner as to act on it.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Whoops on phone.
Whoops on phone. Snakes on plane. It's got a good, like, there's a good cadence to that one. Whoops on phone does feel like, I want to say like a late Norbert kind of sequel. Sorry, have a puppy. Thank you for 18 months. Apologies for my distracted potato. I'm keeping an eye on frames over there, bitrate over here, and audio over there. Hopefully, I should be more audible today, friends. Hopefully. And what Len was saying, that seems like overkill for something that don't run. Well, this is where the mouse gets so scary, is that even for stuff they don't actively have in development or don't actively support, they are violently defensive of their IPs. So, like, this is why you don't mess with the mouse. I'm not on their side by any means, and, like, Club Penguin was such a strange snapshot of internet culture. Like, the Club Penguin get banned speedruns are incredibly offensive, content-wise, but, like, absolutely something that encompassed a lot of early pre-social media internet, you know? You had, like, Club Penguin, Habbo Hotel, a bunch of those, like, weird little, like, potentially family-friendly social sites that were the thinliest veiling of a game. Well, and so Jackie, I will admit that especially in the United States, the "what about the children" line is used quite a fair bit. But with this one, honestly, I think Disney just poured lawyers on it until it got done. I think that the amount of time it took did have something to do with international law more than anything else, but fucking yo. And yes, sorry, Neopets was a thing, still a thing. Neopets has been going strong for a gajillion years. Okay, I should say going strong. They had a... You know what? People Make Games did an incredible breakdown of what happened with Neopets, and there are a few other really good online documentaries about Neopets and the kind of the rise and fall. Like, how it got sold to... I think it was it... No, it wasn't Scientology. It was, yeah, was it? Oh, god darn it. Now I'd have to look up the article again. But it was accidentally bought out by some people with some very, very strong religious beliefs. And, oh boy. Now, the whole scarcity thing with Neopets, that's also fascinating because it's one of the more interesting examples of users creating digital currency where an equivalent did not exist, and I always find that fascinating. Oh, it was Scientologists. Thank you, Immortal Len. And that's not a bit, friends. It was a Scientology group that acquired Neopets. Again, People Make Games have done an incredible documentary on it. Give it a watch, pour yourself a coffee, and just brace yourself. Willing Outcast, what ho, friends? Hello, hello. Yeah, and Immortal Len, Gaia Online as well. Because a lot of these... Okay, I'm going to put forward a wild concept to you. Club Penguin, Avo Hotel, Neopets, Gaia Online were basically like the Greek city-states. Like, each of them kind of worked a little bit for a bit, and they had varying levels of success. And they all failed spectacularly in different ways. Gaia Online's one's actually kind of fascinating because they fell foul of basically their own digital economy. If you haven't read up on it, it's mind-boggling. So, as Gaia Online was also bought out and changed hands, a lot of very, very poor decisions were made. Alright, so for those of you who weren't on Gaia Online, it was a forum site with a bunch of flash games. The crux of it was that you had like a little paper doll avatar in full-on anime style who you could dress however you want. But there were two ways to acquire attire for your character. One was through the on-site currency, and one was picking them up through like monthly grab bags. Now, the monthly grab bags was one of two items, so it wasn't quite gacha. You either got like item A or item B. You could buy as many as you wanted, and you could even pay for them like just with text messages. Like, that's how fucking old it was. Now, the interesting thing about Gaia Online is that each set of these limited paid purchase items were only available for a month, and then you could trade them within the ecosystem with other users after that point. So what would happen is that hot items would drop and then become like heavily traded, creating this economy around digital scarcity, like way before anyone else was dealing with it. But with Gaia Online, things got fucky. I'm sorry, I don't have a better way of putting it. From an economical standpoint, the creators of Gaia Online introduced an object that generated in-universe cash. They basically created something to hyperinflate their own economy. And that, combined with digital scarcity, created this like insane, like, spiking of prices within the field. Like, oh boy. Yeah, Fearless, there are some incredibly good video essays on what went wrong with Gaia Online. And the reason I talk about this a lot is, yes, okay, I was on Gaia a fair wedge during my loveless years, we'll call them. And I was there when they finally unleashed what was going to be their MMO project. Which, by the way, considering the technical constraints that team had to make an air quotes MMO project, they did a very good job. But they scuppered themselves so hard through a failed economy. Like, by the time they... Jeez, I mean, whether they pulled it back or not, I couldn't tell you. But I can definitely say that by the time they realised what was going on, there wasn't any way for them to course correct. Ami Musashi says that there was an episode of DuckTales about the coin that duplicated itself so fast it destroyed Duckburger's economy overnight. I mean, we're talking about an economy that had one, like, squillionaire with a vault swimming pool full of money. Sorry, just Ami Musashi reminding me of one of my... Because we talked about this the other day, about how in the UK there are these... there used to be these PSAs for kids to get them to not walk on train tracks, not, cross the road without looking. Back in the, 80s and 90s, these would be brutally violent, basically scaring kids not to do stupid things. And there was one specific one for kids who lived in rural areas, which was about grain silos. And it just showed a kid drowning in a fucking grain silo. And it was like, if you fall in one, you have to keep perfectly still. Because if you try and claw your way out, that's actually how you get sucked in and die. And every time Scrooge McDuck dived into that feckin' bin of money, I'm like, no, that would just pull you under, mate. You'd get crushed. It wasn't even the fact that he dived into solid metal like a liquid. It was that whole traumatic experience staying with me. But yeah, Gaia Online is a fascinating one because it had such a foothold and then biffed it. Neopets Neopets is a similar kind of feck up, but in a different manner, if that makes sense. Theirs came from original rarities and things like that. And the Neopet story is fascinating because users created essentially a currency of lesser Neopets to trade up to specific colors, specific names, I believe. I'm still on my first coffee, so I'm dragging my memory to try and remember this. But I know this seems like a dumb thing to bring up, but it's seriously, those titles experience the kind of problems that have scuppered, huge video games. Those of us who do not learn from our history are doomed to repeat it, Yeah, Straxy was saying that their provincial government also had horrifying PSAs they showed to children. Yo! Now, I get annoyed by those PSAs because there are very, very strict rules on what you can and can't put in art and media. Even art and media that's only seen by grown-ups. And those same rules don't apply to things, paid for by the government to show to children. Howie Poppy says, Neopets makes them immediately think about Strongbad. Interesting. Strongbad's still going. You can buy Talkin' the cheap plushies. But no, it's feckin' fascinating. I mean, you can study EVE Online and how they've attempted to maintain their economy throughout the years, how they've managed to keep the title afloat. And I completely understand when people say that, EVE's past its golden age and things like that. The problem with EVE Online is this very same thing that's keeping it alive, in my humble opinion, is that they've created a sandbox that they're trying to keep as stable as possible. That means they can't do wild and different and interesting things. And that kind of stability leads to stagnation. Like no one's going to be able to unseat Goon Squad. So how does someone become the more powerful entities in that galaxy without some like serious tier like espionage feckery? There's essentially a monopoly in that space, and I guess like, you know, Test Alliance, Please Ignore gave them a good run for their money, but that's another story. It's also the thing that I love about this. See, history is fascinating, but it is a series of repeating cycles, patterns and paths that we can chart. Video games as an art form, there isn't, like, we're breaking new ground. Like, many people have tried to do the big space MMO, all except for EVE have failed. And okay, I'm not dissing on Star Citizen and titles like that. They're still working towards it. And while I don't think Star Citizen will ever hit the lofty promises, I think that in the next few years we'll see it settling into a gorgeous kind of middle ground between like the ideal and where it drops. I'm trying to think of it. Well, see, Thrame, I'm actually going to call you out on this one because it's not in the hands of the gods. We can chart EVE Online's success, and it is partially due to launching in a very interesting time. Like, I would definitely describe now as being video games' golden age. But there was a spree during the big box PC era where you could launch weird and different independent games and succeed in that space. Like, we saw a lot of like really fresh PC games coming from that time. EVE dropped around that time when a lot of people were grabbing for a piece of Ultima Online's pie. But most of everybody else was trying to just beat them at their same fantasy game. And EVE went, what if we had a giant galaxy? And Baron Watto, friend? Hello, hello. Good morning to you. Because it was basically... everybody else at the time was doing an articulation of Ultima Online. Usually 3D in some regard, but like a whole move forward. I mean, this predates World of Warcraft by a gajillion years. And the two that stood out from the pack during that era was Anarchy Online and EVE Online. And yeah, sorry, at the time everything was something online. That was the naming convention. Before Warcraft just added the World of naming convention. Oh no! Well, I hope you feel better, mate. I hope you feel better. Aperios, I do not think I will be able to do Saturday. I really want to, but like, it's Wednesday and I'm fishtailing. Wait, is it Wednesday or Thursday? Thursday. Fuck me, brother. Like, I'll be amazed if I make it through tomorrow. If you find me face down in the sound, just tell him I died well. Now, the fascinating thing was that while other people did try and do the space MMO and kind of failed, with EVE systems, they played smarter, not harder. Everybody else tried to kind of brute force like a realistic dogfighting Starship game and make that an MMO scale, which is very difficult to do. EVE used a very fascinating system where it was all about commands and approximations. The kind of simple things that you could tell a server. So you didn't just fly around going, "Frickin' wee!" Nah, you said, "Ship, move to 100 meters from that thing over there." Like, that's a nice, simple command. Then, like, your guns are all on cycles, on timers. So it's not like you go, all right, fire every gun right now. It's like, all right, begin gun firing. Do you see what I mean? Making it much, much easier to create something stable. Although, from what I've heard, the early days of EVE were an absolute mess. Catastrophe was saying, how could you make an MMO-scale dogfighting game? At the time, I don't think it would have been possible. Well, okay, what you could have... There was ideas and suggestions. See, again, it's all about the experience. Games are in their absolute core. All games are a fugazi. They're a magic trick hand wavium. So there were some concepts floating around of using doing things like Phantasy Star Online, where you have a big shiny 3D wrapper, but the core of the experience is actually small little parties going out doing stuff, coming back. And that the actual MMO part of it's rather simple, but users feel like they're part of a big experience. So there were some suggestions of people doing small small wings of starfighters dropping in, doing missions, coming back to carriers, stuff like that. And using, fancy smancy loading screens and stuff like that to paper over it. But none of those concepts saw it to fruition, so... I mean, we saw with X-Wing Alliance how you could create at least from an in-space kind of diegetic style UI, which is real cool. Oh, and Book, it's because... Book was asking, they don't understand why there are so few MMO projects that try to go the easy route. They know that, the reason being is... I don't want to call it a sunk cost fallacy. It's kind of like a mech fight. Like, even if you go for a simplistic design, you've still got to step into an area where you need a serious heavyweight kit. The back-end server stuff for even a small to mid-sized multiplayer project is expensive and difficult to run. Actually, one of the things I was looking at recently, friends, is Wizmod. Wizmod might be back up online. Now, I'm going to wait and see on that one before we careen over there. But, there's... Sorry. If you weren't there, Wizmod is kind of like RuneScape Wizards as a big maze, and is a lot of fun. We spent a Saturday on it, and it was just feckin' hilarious. But it's only run by a person or two, and the cost of keeping those servers up is very high. So it's kind of finding that biting point between making something that will be able to support the back-end costs whilst also not taking 8 years and $1 gajillion to make. Sailor makes a good point that there are a bunch that aren't huge. It's like Puzzle Pirates, very true. Puzzle Pirates kind of hit that sweet spot of making enough revenue to be sustainable, but at least by my understanding, it doesn't make a lot of cash as much to have huge expansions and huge updates. There's a team working diligently on it. I think Spiral Knights is still going. That was another one of those trying to move into that kids-friendly kind of space. Sorry, bear with me a second. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Okay. Salem was also adding that Puzzle Pirates was doing well in the early aughts, then plummeted, as many did, when World of Warcraft came out and they shifted to the free-to-play model. That's real true. Okay. Well, actually, so Catastros, that's one of the reasons why I do love Game Dev Tycoon. is it shows you at least a few of the broad stroke flavored nonsense from it shows you a few of the broad stroke flavored nonsense of trying to run a game dev studio, and one of them is the cost of like making and running an MMO. See, the other thing you have to remember, friends, is that back in the day, like before this, I think there was one MMO engine that got used for Knights of the Old Republic. Oh, sorry, the Old Republic. But there weren't many off-the-shelf MMO engines that you could use. So you're making it from scratch. So that means server infrastructure, client infrastructure, server infrastructure and client, and getting that all working. And so yeah, on average, MMOs took between like 5 to 8 years to develop. And that's getting it from like 0 to in a box to sell to consumers. And then you have server backends. Like every server out there is costing money. These days, like, you know, you've got Amazon, you've got Google, you know, you can have just like AWS servers wherever. Yes, it still costs money, but you don't have to physically have a data center, you know, dotted around the world. Havoc saying, when do we get Mech Warriors in MMO? We don't. Sorry, I didn't mean that to say as brutal as it sounds. Okay, could we come up with a pitch that works? Now, here's the challenge. It's not about the creativity of it. We all want a feckin' Mech Warrior MMO. Like, actually loading up into a drop pod, dropping down onto the planet, furling out in a huge, like, simultaneous invasion of a clan-held world. Like, getting to do the intro from Mech Commander, but for feckin' realsies. Like, sign me the shit up for that. You know, being able to do these long, sprawling campaigns. One of the things that we never really got outside of, I'd say, MechWarrior 3, which is the idea of the long, sustainable campaigns. You know, how clan mechs were feckin' perfect for dueling, but they needed a lot of, like, munitions and support. Whereas some of the Inner Sphere mechs weren't as good, but they were hardy and they were sturdy. And they could operate for, like, days, weeks at a time. But how do we make it make money? And that's the fucked up thing. Now, the reason I get so excited when we start talking about like new technologies and new game engines is that the cheaper it can be, the less money it needs to make, and therefore the more creative it can be. But right now, how do we make a MechWarrior MMO make cash? I mean, what are our choices? So we've got single purchase, we've got monthly subscription fees, we've got the free-to-play model. But how do we make those work? So, monthly subscription model is the clearest, and users are getting back into the idea of subscription models. But with things like Games Pass, it is a hard sell. If we have to ask our users for $15 or $20 a month, they may look at their Game Pass thing and go, well, I'm already paying that for all of these games. What makes your game worth $20? And MDH, I mean, you can look at World of Tanks, but when you, like, we already have MechWarrior Online, which is that format taken to MechWarrior, which has its own problems. SquarePeg says, free-to-play where you purchase cosmetics as an option. Okay, but now let's think about the logistics of that. And again, I'm not trying to shoot down ideas. Like, these are the things stopping studios from doing this, which is why I want to talk it all through with you. So, what are the cosmetics? Because with giant robot games, what tends to happen is people gravitate towards a certain battle mech. They have their favorite, they want to use that favorite. That's brilliant. So we sell them cosmetics, like skins, cockpit objects, so on and so forth. How much does it cost us to make those? How many can we produce? See, and here's where it gets kind of... Can we make enough money off of basically selling like giant robot paint job skins for these mechs? Because one of the tricky things with mech games is creating a sense of scale, and that sense of scale often comes from the fidelity of the giant robots. So can we produce giant robot skins that look good enough that people will spend money on them without spending our entire budget on art on top of like developing the game and server costs? And Havoc Puppy, MechWarrior Online was a really good attempt. And the problems that they encountered were very unique. And by which I mean, like, they were making a title which was based on a very, very well-known, a very, very beloved IP. Great idea. Like, based on some really interesting stuff. The problem was that their business model was designed around selling you giant robots. But that meant that the mechs had to be viable in different ways. With the way they did their mech customization, in the world of Battletech, some stuff's just better than others. A clan PPC is just better than a regular PPC. That's just part of the thematics. There are certain builds that just wreck face more. And when you put that into a team v team competitive environment, it does encourage users to go for optimal builds. You know, leads to, what do they call it in EVE Online? Fleet Doctrine. It leads to Fleet Doctrine builds, which in itself moves users away from spending money on multiple mechs. This meant they had to do a lot of balancing changes for a more competitive experience, but that moves away from the thematics, which then slowly alienates the people who are spending the most money, creating this, like, weird juxtaposition. Squarepeg says one thing that's been popular with the social VR crowd is either sub one time or purchase that gives you a support tag. I mean, that comes down to cost of development and infrastructure. Could we make enough money with single purchase lifetime subscriptions to sustain the title? And again, friends, I'm not cheating on anyone's ideas here. These are the legitimate reasons why these things end up like staying in pre-production. Because you have to balance the creativity of what you want to make with the cost of it. It sucks. It sucks a lot. Like, we should just be able to feckin' have a MechWarrior MMO. I miss being a user sometimes. I miss being able to say, like, why can't we just have giant robots in space? Like, but unfortunately, I'm cursed with knowledge. And so, it is my duty to pass that curse on to you. Like, the one that I was pitching for a while was, I wanted to do, unbranded, of course, but I wanted to do a giant robot game with actual distance logistics. With the idea being that the stronger the mech, the slower it moves in the environment. So, the idea being that your battle mech equivalents, you know, your 80-ton death machines, are badass. But the logistics it takes to get it from one battlefield to another, you need dropship, you need jump ship, maybe another dropship, and like someone to make this work. But then something closer to like the Macross style, like Veritech fighters and things like that, that can go from point A to point B without any additional support, but it's much, much weaker. So the idea that to be more independent, you have to be better was something that I quite liked. I like the idea that facilitation as a team allows you to field more firepower, but you have more freedom of movement if you're just like one person by yourself, which simultaneously would allow users to experience more of the world if they're just dabbling, and would allow like distinguished teams to field some real heavy firepower. Yeah, and now we're hitting up. Sorry, I just articulating again on what Mr. Squarepeg was saying. We're also hitting up again in terms of our our game studio theory crafting stuff. We're also hitting up against, like, how do we do this? See, a huge open world, it's not too dissimilar from something like PlanetSide 2, is a very, very different situation than something that, you know, than a kind of a drop-in, drop-out, like battles and run, similar to, you know, your Tarkovs and stuff like that. That's very different server logistics and may have drastically different costs. Like I said, the idea of being able to be dropped in a battlefield, you know, walk for a few hours whilst, like, taking out enemy encampments and, you know, getting refits in the field and things like that, that sounds fucking cool. But can we be able, like, can we do that without bankrupting ourselves and the sheer amount of, like, compute we need server-side? Can we creatively come up with a smarter idea that requires less technology? And that's the kind of thing you can only really get into the guts of proper. Okay, you know what, friends? I did not think that Club Penguin would inspire this conversation. And if I haven't told you this already, friends, I do love these chats with you lot. I really do. Yeah, we're getting deep in the flipped iceberg, aren't right? On the subject of, like, custom paint jobs and stuff like that, it's never worth it. It's never worth it. Like, provide people with the tools that... Provide people with a selection of skins in the ilk, whether you charge them for it or not, or... What is it? PlanetSide lets you pick your camouflage and stuff like that. But don't do custom paint jobs in an MMO. You're just gonna sink yourself with, like, TTP detection. Or heinous things that you never thought people would put into a game, yet here they are. Remember the story of the Lego MMO. TTP is not to be taken lightly. In a multiplayer environment, it can cost you a lot of cash. And Catastrio, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh yeah, Varbles, like, if we just step back from the logistics and think about the creative, variable planet effects as well. See, the thing that got me really excited about doing that as a concept, excuse me, was one of it's an awful comic with great design, called was it Gundam Crossbone? Crossbone, is it Cross Gundam? In fact, I have to look it up now. It is Crossbone Gundam. Yeah. Crossbone Gundam. Yeah, Mobile Suit Crossbone Gundam, which is about space pirates. Oh, sorry, my apologies. TTP does mean time to penis. That's not a bit. That's not a joke. That is an industry term used when talking about user-created tools. In that, anytime you give users the tools to either draw something or create something or enact change in the environment, how long does it take them from 0 to penis? And if that time is...
Stop that incessant clicking!
That's the time you decided to give to sub. No, J-Post, that's real kind of you. Thank you for gifting a sub to Ami Masashi. But the amount of time it takes from...
My brace came in. Oh, my back feels so much better.
I'm glad to hear.
But also, I'm a person that has to wear a brace now, so I don't know how to feel about this.
Oh, don't worry about it. Actually,
Oh.
you got tag brace.
Oh.
Yo! This makes you look like a fucking, like, you look like superhero gear.
I feel like I'm medically needed to be held together by a giant band in the middle. That's how broken I am.
If it makes you feel better, my friend who's a professional illustrator, she just wears like a whalebone corset when working.
Feel the back.
Bam, 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 bam.
It's got actual boning in it. Because it's keeping me up straight.
This is the kind of hard-hitting information one won't find outside of the Wafflemancy that is Will's streams, and I'm loving being here for it all.
A few people hadn't heard the term TTP before, so I'm explaining time to penis.
I learned it from Mythic Quest, and then I found out by Google it was a real thing.
Okay, you learned from Mythic Quest, but then from my reactions while we
Your
were watching
reactions, I found it was real, but then I didn't trust your reactions, so I went to Google.
You know what? That's fair. I just wanted you to all to know that I did.
It could have just been the one place you were at. It's not a big thing, but they're making like
Get
a joke
well
about
soon,
it, so I had
Fiona.
to know.
Aww. So, Bacon, thank you for the 200, and Catastrophe says, get well soon.
Thank you. No, it's just I'm fat, so my body doesn't like this amount of weight on my back because I have a bad injury from when I was young. I was stupid doing the martial arts and I fell the wrong way and to hurt myself. So now when I'm old and chubby, it hurts. And weighted blanket overnight probably isn't helping, but it keeps me asleep.
But it's cuddly.
But it's cuddly.
And Vanna Reese, thank you for doing the point glass. Johnny says, what was Halo's TTP? I think it's over a minute. Like, not like, you know, we're not talking about like penile speedruns here, but like... That's not even... I didn't even come up with that term. GDQ, let's go!
TTP.
But with a lot of those, to create anything unsuitably phallic, especially in Halo Forge, takes a while, and the amount of time it takes to then show it to another user also comes into effect. So, like, if you have to then upload the file, share it to someone. But it's games like, I think some of the Forza games used to have it where you could have a custom decal on the side of your car.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. My friend used to have it on his driver's side door, that it was... It was a picture of Alan Partridge going like that, and then as he would go by, there'd be like a pink streak across the side of his car that would wrap around the back, and it was only when you saw him pass you that you'd realise it was a penis. It was a massive penis. He got 3-month ban for that one. But he's pretty sure he didn't get reported until he crushed this one guy by lapping him, and then the next day he got banned, so he's very sure that someone got salty. Yeah, Immortal N. Whoever thought that the custom decal for online Mario Kart was a good idea I wouldn't call them naive. I'd say they had a lot more faith in humanity than any QA tester would. And again, this is just this weird... When talking about the games industry, the reality versus like the ideal is definitely something you need to talk about. Because a lot of the time when trying to have a conversation, especially with designers, like they like to believe in the best of people, you know? If you haven't seen that little video going around of the person putting all the blocks in a little kid's toy, and it's like designer QA, like designers believe in the best of people, and QA have seen the worst of people. Community too. Like, again, you know what? Just watch Mythic Quest. Just let Mythic Quest take you on that journey. Anyway, sorry, jumping back. The reason why I brought up Crossbone Gundam is that the weird little cross jetpack setup on those varying Gundams is designed to counter the extreme gravity around Jupiter. So the idea is that other mobile suits can't launch in the area around Jupiter because without special flight gear, you know, the gravity is too much for them to handle. So the Crossbone Gundams just raid everybody around that whole area. Again, don't read Gundam Crossbone if you're expecting anything good. The mech designs are fucking sweet. They're so cool. I think one of the later designs has got this like Battleship Yamato thing going on, where it's like a skull at the front that opens up to like a hyper cannon. It's fucking cool. But yeah, as a manga to read, it's trashed here, and I'm really hoping we get to see like an adaptation of it, because it would be better. Sorry. Oh yeah. Sorry, Bacon Avenger was just mentioning that for Elite Dangerous, the community manager's talking about why there weren't like custom skins and things like that, and how people could submit their own ideas, submit their own paint jobs, and people were still submitting wobbly knobs. Even though they have been told within the platform this will be judged by the developers, they go ahead and do it anyway. Like I said, friends, like doing QA or doing community management will show you the best and worst of humanity. Perios asking if the mobile suits can launch from the gravity of Uranus. There's only one way to find out. Anyway, so jumping back. Like, and the question of why we don't have a Mech Warrior MMO, as you can see, like, the answer is wide and varied. Now, creating a title based around longer form multiplayer Mech Warrior battles, I think there's... Is there a Star Wars drone in here? I don't know if you all can hear it. There's like this beeping sound. It sounds like one of the scanner droids from Star Wars. Sorry. Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries is the best Mech Warrior game we've had in a long time. But it's definitely not what people want out of it. And how could they deliver the kind of experience that people are after without breaking the bank? That's the kind of question. Now, like, I think we all know a lot of the answers. One of them is move away from this whole, like, you know, father's sword bollocks story. No one cares. No one cares. Mech dad dies, whatever. I didn't like him in the tutorial. I didn't like him when he died. Frankly, I wish he'd left me like a bigger mech. He was a terrible father and a shite pilot. Anyway. Also, the fact that because of the amount of time it takes to travel across the galaxy, the people we were after had absolutely died of natural causes by the time we got there. Like, I shall avenge you for my father's death, and it's just a skeleton inside a giant king crab. But what users wanted was their own mech that they could take to other people's games. So moving away from harebrained schemes, kind of like Mech Warrior style. Sorry, Three was saying, "What will to write your obituary?" No, I'm a terrible writer. It's been proven by science. No, so harebrained schemes did their BattleTech game, which worked very well because you were in command of like the whole Lancers. With Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries, it tried to put you in both that space, but also kind of like a co-op experience. Personally, moving to a model where you had your like group of robots and joined other people as they went on battles, making it more focused on multiplayer operations. Moving away from kind of like the team management like a squad and paying to hire different mercenaries as they came through. I feel like starting from that basis and then adding... Hey! Hillian Watto and welcome! Come on in, friend, come on in. Internet seems to have stabilised, so... Touch wood. Seem to be doing alright. We may yet get to play some weird stuff. Well, Alien, what all the same. Welcome. We were talking about like the logistical costs of running an MMO. Because weirdly, because we got talking about feckin' we got talking about Club Penguin. Because 3 people got arrested for running a Club Penguin unofficial server. a spooky ghost pyramid now. The spooky ghosts did manage to sneak one pyramid in while I was trying to fix the audio issues this morning, which seemed to be better. I feel like I'm a little bit... I feel I'm still a little bit quiet coming through, but I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. But yeah, that's how we got on this chat. Oh, okay. So that was Bacon Adventure's idea for Elite Dangerous. With those ones, the problem ends up being moderation. The amount, especially when a feature like that is rolled out, the amount of content that consumers can throw at your team is scary, and then you have to vet them all. And the thing is, users are the least patient at the moment a feature launches. So it's like, would the cost of submission for custom skins offset the amount of work required? Yeah. Well, I mean, Hillian bringing up City of Heroes and the amount of whack-a-mole they had to do stopping people creating IP-infringing characters. Yeah, that was a bad time. That was a bad time. I mean, again, the very systems which help protect games from being stolen, like wholesale, especially when it comes to online projects, are also the ones that make them liable for stuff like that. So if you've never read through the EULAs when you sign up for like an MMO and stuff like that, there's very specific things that say that you don't actually own your character, and you don't own any content you make within the game. This is to stop you from turning around and suing the shit out of them, because, you know, your character is featured on something and so on and so forth, or, you know, you lost access to your account, so you don't have your things, which are worth, you know, $1 gajillion. The problem being is that those very same things mean that the company is liable for the things that you create inside the title. So if you make, I don't know, a one-to-one likeness of John Cena, then Mr. Cena can be like, excuse me, that's me and my face. What the fuck? And it's not the user who is held responsible, but the company. That's why there's such a strict enforcement within the ecosystem. Again, if the company can say that they weren't aware it was happening, they can usually get away with just taking it down. But it has to get taken down. One of the interesting things, because Thraim is bringing up that they played a browser MMO where you can buy a subscription and get a custom item. There's a really good talk from Grinding Gear Games about their Kickstarter. I should say their crowdfunding campaign for Path of Exile, that was it. And how users could spend like a few $1,000s to have a custom in-game item, which sounds really cool. But what they realized very quickly was that the amount of time it took to implement that item basically made it like basically put them in the negative, because the amount of back and forth around the design and concept, then like creation and implementation, was costing them much more than $1,000. Just something to think about. Like when we were talking about like the funding our MechWarrior MMO on skins and customization, like, if we don't make enough money back on those skins, then we've created assets that have put us even more in the red. Perios is asking if anyone's actually made a TTP game. Probably. Although it wouldn't be streamable, so we probably haven't heard of it. The fact that genital jousting is banned on Steam is one of those things that annoys me. Like, I understand why, but it annoys me. Anyway, it's one of those interesting things to bear in mind. I'm not saying that I am pro loot boxes. I'm not saying I'm pro gacha. But one of the things that the CSGO model did, which was very clever, was, at least before they started getting artists to submit their designs, was having low-cost, low-effort skins bundled in with high-tier cosmetics. One of the interesting things that's been discussed at the moment is the cost of Valorant's weapon skins. And the Valorant team have gone into great detail about how much work goes into each one, which is kind of fascinating. Sorry, I also saw Aperios making... Want to make Bloodman and Chronic, I'm going to do it. Yo! I believe there's multiple Bloodman and Chronic games out at the moment. Oh, Immortal End, did I say Steam or did I say Twitch? I meant to say Twitch. Well, Ami Musashi, on the subject of these Sonic comics, let me do you one better. It gets confusing when you realise that the Sonic the comic that you lot had in the US and the one we had in the UK was two completely separate games. Two completely separate comics, two separate teams, and two separate licensing agreements. Yeah, Immortal N, like, while I am getting caffeinated, apologies if I misspoke there. I meant to say that we can't show genital jousting on this Twitch.television. Because genital jousting's surprisingly well written and very funny. But that's another story. Annie says they're not from the US, never got to read them. Yo, the British ones were brutal. I hear the American Sonic the comic was pretty good. Yeah. I'm just gonna... You know what? I'm not gonna say anything more. Hey, Ben, how are you feckin' doing, friend? What? Oh, and welcome! Lurk away, friend, lurk away. It's very appreciated. Makes the numbers go up, right? That's what Mr. Twitch cares about. That's all Mr. Twitch cares about. Sorry. I was chatting with a friend yesterday about how it blows my tiny mind that, like, we have a powerful corner of the internet. Like, a very powerful corner of the internet. But because we don't hit the arbitrary concurrent numbers, Twitch is like, nah, we don't even see you. You're beneath us. I'm like, but we're doing this! We're doing this for 4 bloody years! Yes, I know, but you've not hit the magical number, and therefore you are beneath me! Mr. Twitch, I'm sorry. Please witness me! I actually know how that exchange was going to go. Anyway, sorry, this is me getting very distracted. If you get the chance, friends, to watch Sonic 2, watch it. That was the only thing I was going to add to that conversation. Alright, so, God, we've got right into the weeds. What was the other thing in the game news I wanted to talk about? Oh, friends, both Insurmountable and XCOM 2 are currently available. I highly recommend XCOM 2 if for some reason you haven't had a chance to play it. Because if you get it for free and then pick up War of the Chosen, you're going to have a great time. And Catastros, you make a good point. Not being seen by Grandfather Twitch might not be an awful thing as well. Oh, Book's currently got it downloading. Yes! I will always wholeheartedly recommend playing it with Iron Man mode on, even if you don't play it to its full... even if you don't play it to its full extent. Oh, yes. Well, so alleged, we were aware that Bethesda was shutting down their launcher, but they've opened up the linking feature. So, okay, so by the way, friends, if any of you have any games on the Bethesda Net app, what you can do is you can link your Bethesda account to Steam, and it will transfer ownership over. So, And Ben, hello to you, friend. How are you doing, mate? How are you doing? Oh yeah, also, the other title that's free on Epic at the moment does look very, very interesting. It's what I've been meaning to try for ages. So, sorry, if you're wondering what I'm doing with the multi-track Tricky Potato, I'm literally getting those games from my account as well. Well, I'm getting the other one. Ah, feckin' wee! So Ben says, last 2 days of the current shitty day job before they start the new place on Monday. Are you allowed to tell us what the new place is? And then Ben's off to Hawaii for Thursday. Nice! I am going to go to see Value Select this evening. So that's my little treat for the week. But then Fiona's off to PAX East next week, so I'm looking after the house. So wish me luck. got a lot of friends, a lot of help. A lot of friends, a lot of help. Legend says they hope that Bethesda's releasing the Enemy Territory games. I would be very interested to find out what the state of those varying licenses is. I'd be very, very curious to know. Do you know what I mean? Ben says, bummed to be missing out on PAX East, but KawiCon is flying us out and putting us up. Yo, you get to be proper guests, and it's in Hawaii. Like, you gotta take those opportunities when you can. Like, there'll be another PAX East. In fact, if there's anything that we've learned from the nonsense of the last few years, is if you get an opportunity for like an event like that, just grab it. Grab it. I'm still gutted I didn't get to do Reboot Develop Red, which, while it sounds like the most boring of TED Talks ever, it was held in a chateau in like rural Canada, like up in the mountains and stuff. J-Post says, I live in Boston, I'd take a free trip to Hawaii. J-Post, are you doing PAX East? Favors back working at I guess you mean working at Alton Towers, because Luton Towers is a very, very different place in the world and less good. No one's ever been excited about Luton. Oh yeah, so what was the other games industry stuff I wanted to talk to you all about? Because we got right into the feckin' paint about feckin' Club Penguin. Hard Space Shipbreakers is going to be leaving early access next month. I don't know if we'll do an on-stream playthrough, but it's suitably, wonderfully pro-union, anti-capitalist, and the chillest game I've played in ages. Oh, and friends, here's a lovely little turn of events. So the people behind Dorfromantic reached out to us. When was it? Reached out to us. God. Yesterday, day before? Fuck it, time travel's completely gone. For a man that spent a larger portion of last night just sitting on the kitchen floor drinking wine. Time is a human construct. But yeah, the people behind Dorfromantic reached out to be like, hey, do you want a key? We're coming up on our full launch. And I was like, I'm already playing it. Thank you. Like, y'all made a game that kept me sane during some shitty times. So come their official launch day, which I believe is the 28th, but don't quote me on that one. Yeah, April 28th will be the official full release for Dorfromantic, and we will have a key to give away during that day. So, I don't know, again, I don't know if we'll do a stream for it, because I don't think it's... I don't think it's a great group game. I think it's a beautiful, just like, sit, calm, focus. Also, as much as your brain is going to tell you that you want an infinite mode, don't play the infinite mode. It's weirdly sad. Like, play the regular game with the limited tiles, with the high score. Just trust me on that one. Book says, can I take part in the mosh pit if I already have the game? You can. What you choose to do with it after that, I mean, I hope you'll give it to somebody who hasn't had a chance to play it, but it's your key. Oh, excuse me, just slugging down more much-needed caffeinated beverages. Amy says, one of the games I never got around to trying is Mists of Australia. You played that one yet? I'm gonna have to outsource my memory to the internet.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Favor 6 gifting a sub to my favourite Greek philosopher, Bophades. No, I have not given that one a shot. When did that... Oh, fucking hell, that dropped in 2017. I was like, I don't remember this dropping anytime soon. But no, Favor 6. Whilst it is lovely to see the great Greek philosophers represented here on the Longship. I sincerely appreciate the cash for the joke, friend. Sorry, the reason I'm having a chortle is just Hillian was saying that sounds like Australia discovered magic all of a sudden, and I'm reminded of the movement that the drow should all sound Australian, and I think about that a lot. Like, I don't want to derail it into D&D memes, but I think about that a lot. Yeah, and alleged, like, Trek to Yomi looks so good. I was like Devolver just keep putting out banger after banger. Like, props to their team who is, like, you know, picking and buying titles. God, I wonder what this year's Devolver Digital is going to be like. Sorry, the Devolver Digital press conference. Because last year's went meta, but what if? Yeah, I mean, Ben, Monkey Island, who saw that one coming? Also, fingers crossed that Card Shark is more stable for launch, because that game is entirely our brand. Like, a simple game with gloriously weird and interesting mechanics. The one that blew my mind, the one where I was like, alright, this game is batting for 1,000. So if you haven't seen it, so Card Shark is kind of I think it takes place in France, you know, pre-French Revolution, you know, a time of opulence and aristocracy. And you play a young lad in a tavern, and having somewhat facilitated the murder of your guardian, who honestly had it coming, you take to a life of swindling and card sharkery. And one of the features it shows you early on is you're asked by a disreputable individual to help him cheat at cards. And so it gives you a semi-complicated control scheme. I'm trying to think how to phrase it, sorry. Let me get more tunes going. Excuse me. Wait, here we go. Wait. There we go. Sorry. So it's a semi-complicated control scheme where you have to do multiple things simultaneously while signaling to this card shark what cards his opponents have. So what you have to do is slowly pour a bottle of wine with one thumbstick, whilst looking at his cards and finding a way to signal. And I believe it was something to do with how you wipe the spillage off the table. It indicates to him what cards the other person has. And I talk so much at you all about what became of Edith Finch and its most iconic chapter, in which it asks you to do two things simultaneously. And I haven't seen too many games that have tried to do that for narrative reasons and really made it stick. Card Shark did. Now, I lost my temper at that game, but it was a demo and it was having technical problems, which is once again a reminder of like demos should not be taken lightly, and that users will always say, no, don't worry, just give me a broken build. And then you give them a broken build and they will complain about it adamantly and hold it over your head for the rest of forever. Forever. But with Card Shark, it looks like they're really hitting upon controls as thematics. That's what I was grasping for the world, and we don't see too many of those. I mean, Receiver's probably the reigning champion of controls as thematics, where the controls are weird and strange and odd. But that's the point, that's the intent. The manner in which you control things, the manner in which you move your hands is part of the story. I'm trying to think how to phrase it, because the thing is, alright, quick show of hands. How many of you have not played What Became of Edith Finch? Because What Became of Edith Finch is definitely the poster child of this conversation. Hang on. What Remains of Edith Finch? God, where's my feckin' brain? So Hillian hasn't had the chance to play it. Well, so Hillian, this is one of the interesting things. Okay, Edith Finch does have a story, and there are parts of it that can be spoiled in little snippets. But overall, like, it is a heartwarming, heartbreaking experience. And the reason why it does that is because it's something that you have to... It's something you have to play for yourself. The physicality of it, like the very act of playing through it, controlling these characters, is in itself the story told. And Chonorus, that's entirely fine. Receiver's probably less emotionally taxing. But Receiver's doing one thing, and that is teaching you the muscle memory of weapons. Now, I still have a problem with Receiver 2's ending, but I don't know anybody else that's finished it, so I haven't really had anyone to talk to about it. Because the ending of that game is... To get to the ending of that game is very difficult. Sorry, if you haven't heard of it. Okay, so Receiver 2. God, I cannot spell today. There we go. No. Here we go. So this is Receiver 2. Receiver 1 was originally made as a 7-day FPS jam game. And the crux of it is this. You are in some kind of strange mind world, if you will. And armed with a very realistic firearm, you must go up against a series of drones, both standard and flying, and try and make your way through this world to find out what's going on. But the crux of it is that you control every facet of the firearm. Every facet. Like clipping bullets into the magazine, pulling the safety, pulling the slide, the safety, the whole shebang. And things can go wrong. Your gun can jam, which you have to clear the jam safely. You also have to put the weapon away, and if you do that without putting the safety on, you can blow your feet off. Although I always like to imagine our character had like one of those chest holsters from Metal Gear, so it's just blowing our nipples off. But every action when operating the firearm has a different key to it, creating this like keyboard concerto to do like a proper reload. And as you play more of the game and as you learn all these different mechanics and it becomes second nature, you realize that you've basically been kind of training with it. And the game is very much about that. You know, you're training your mind for... You're training your mind to resist the external influences. You're training yourself with the use of this tool. It's also interesting to see a game with such realistic representation of firearms that isn't overly glorifying of them. But that's another story. I think, to my understanding, Leo is actually working with them now. Leo Wiggins, VO friendo. So, I just, like, Hillian, if you get the chance to play What Remains of Edith Finch, take it. Because there are some games where the narrative hook, the spoiler, doesn't really affect it. Maybe that's not the right way. The experience of playing it as a whole is so much more than the act of observing. Ah, yes, and Fearless, we were talking about Receiver. God. Frick, we're getting some really deep, arty-farty conversations already this morning. By the way, like, now the internet is kind of leveled out, I think we're okay to jump into the game, but I just need to give you all a heads up. We are getting in some weird territory today. Just as a big old brace yourself. Well, so Wolfgrab was saying you can still enjoy Edith Finch even after having it spoiled, and that's... It's one of the interesting things about video games is that, like, narrative spoilers are something we should take into consideration. Like, not spoiling huge chunks of games for people when they haven't had a chance to experience them, I think is an important thing. There are some parts of games where you need to come into them as clear-headed as possible. But we must also take into consideration that games are more than just their story beats. This isn't a linear medium, and that, you know, experiences will vary. Observing a game and playing a game can sometimes be drastically two different things. With some titles, there isn't too much difference, but with some, it's like night and day. Amy, I have had coffee. I'll make myself a Sarnie or something later. So, do no worry. Okay, I think that was all the video gaming stuff I wanted to chat with you all about. Have a Hot Pocket. That would require me having access to Hot Pockets. To call them in Luton, Hot Pocket. They have Hot Pockets in Luton? Alright, fancy. All we had was sad bread wrapped around a duck. Ben, I did not know that the company making the A500 Mini is based in Luton. I did not know that. Immortal Limb was saying that they feel like the OG Bioshock not being spoiled for the twist delivers the biggest punch. It does, and it's definitely... Yeah. There's a lot that you can deconstruct about the OG Bioshock, and it is not a game for which the twist is necessarily the biggest hit, but the reveal, the how. It also helps that it followed the narrative beats of System Shock 2 very closely until it didn't. I thought that was very clever. I mean, feck it, it's worth it for Fort Frolic alone, let's be honest. Jackie, mate, there ain't much to deconstruct. Like, what, friends, what you see here is the most me that there is. When streams finish, I then look after the dogs and clean until they go to bed. And then, exhausted and broken, I either play a video game or just cry a little, you know? That's my life these days. Oh shit, she loves. I live a shark-free existence. It's happy. All the dogs have been trained to be shark protection dogs. Wolfcrab was saying, for property construction of Bioshock, you definitely need to cover System Shock 2 as well. See, I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but one of the things I will say is that if you had initially played through System Shock 2, you would have started to see similarities. And then it gets you. I for one, I mean, as I've said in the past, I've been guilty of being a video game snob in the past, and I've gotten out of that habit. I'm very happy about that. But one of the things that I got very grumpy about was how everyone was heaping praise on Bioshock before I'd had the chance to play through it myself. They were heaping praise on it, and I'm like, look, it's just System Shock, but with water instead of computers. Like, come on! Even had a much more simplified, much more simplified systems. Like, whereas System Shock was still an RPG at its core, asking you to choose like one of 3 professions and then build the character the way you wanted to. System Shock was like, congratulations, you're Beef Punch McThrowhard. You kind of get to choose which plasmids you get and maybe which guns you bolt stuff to, but you're always you. You're always the same character. There's no construction of who you might be in that space. And so I was very snobbish about this. I was very grumpy. Then I played through it. And at first I was like, boy, I sure am right. But by the end of it, I was like, okay. So, friendos, you're ready to get weird? I promised you earlier on in the week that I had a specifically bizarre title for you, and I am very confident with this one. Now, the only thing I don't know is that the title I've got is the culmination of 3 games into a collection. And by my calculation, I'm the only person who has played this. So I believe if I look at, where was it? Chapter 1. Chapter 1 of this game, Beadora is the only person who's played this. So I'm thinking about listing it by chapter, even though we're actually playing the collection, just to give people a little understanding of where we're at. Well, so Thraim, I don't want to go back to the immersive sim conversation because I feel that everyone here has had to put up with it something fierce. But I will say that one of the things that made those games so good was leaning into the RPG mechanics in such a way. Maintenance is here. Puppets! Was leaning into the game in such a way as to allow you to be wrong. And that's a scary thing to do, right? Because if the user can be wrong, then they can have a bad time by misunderstanding things. And that's a scary thing to do. And Ultrazini, what ho, friend? Hello, hello. As I was saying, yeah, things have stabilized. So... also should be able to do a tweet and all.
What do hungry ghosts eat? Goulash.
For a second there, I thought the Welsh guy was going to do like the bad Yoda voice. Don't ask me why. I just for a brief second there, I thought that's what we were going to get. Yeah, stats are okay. Look at me, I'm actually doing the tweeting stuff. It's right good. I'm about to say, Immortal N, are you sure? Because according to my data, the only person I know who's played it so far is Beadora. Unless we're not internet friendos, which, you know, it's fine. It's fine, I guess. You know, it's no big deal. Okie dokie Lokies. Alright, tweet deployed. If I could abuse your social media powers, friendos. Oh, what's up?
Where is the leak coming from? Is it coming from the big...
No, it's coming from one of the connectors. It's one of the rusty bits under the...
So it's one of the...
So you've got like, okay, space station style. So
Yeah.
you've got the big chunk
Yeah,
up into the thing.
yeah.
It's one of the pipes into the thing.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Don't drink the rust water! This place is falling apart. Well, so Immortal N, Thrain, fucking throw me a Steam friend request. If I could abuse your social media powers, friends, if you wouldn't mind grabbing and giving that the old punt and retweet. It helps with the fucking algorithm. Because anything involving links, it goes, no. Drink the rust water. Don't let Will be the boss of you. Yeah. You know those points, friends, in life where you come close to just snapping? Like, things have been very stressful here at home. It just is. Everything happens so much. And I'm trying to clean the feckin' kitchen because everything else is either on fire or people are mad at me or something. I'm like, no, fuck it. I'm just going to fix the thing I can fix. I'm going to clean the kitchen. So I open the bottom of the cupboards to get, like, the cleaning stuff, cleaning, like, the hob and things. And the where we kept all the cleaning supplies is just soaked in rust water. And I'm like... You know how you can see, like, the sliding door path? One of these paths leads down to calm. I'm like, all right, I'm going to let the rage wash over me and fix it. And the other is, like, one of those, like, rage rooms where it's just me with a broken broom just beating the fuck out of the kitchen. I saw both these paths in front of me. Not gonna tell you which way it went. All right, so who's ready for some properly weird games? Oh, thank you, Trim. We're now internet friends. All right. You know it's good because it pops up with the Made in Unity. Okay, so this game uses autosave. If you leave, it's gonna be bad. Oh, fuck, that's loud. God, my ears! I'm sorry, I can't do anything about it right now. I'm sorry! I can't hear you! Why is there no sound option? me adjust this. Hang on a sec. All right, how's that? Oh, my feckin' ears. I'm so sorry, friends. I'm so sorry. How's that? Can you hear me, Clint Fandango? Sorry, I didn't need my hearing anyway. But Catastros, which god? God is dead and the audience is dead. No! Ben! No, you can't use the disappointment voice on me. Yes, I can hear you, Grim Fandango. Alright, still a bit loud. Alright, we'll tweak that down. Sadly, the Welsh voice guy will probably get a little drowned out. Can you hear me, friends of the Longship? Can you hear my people face? Can you hear the noise coming from my hose? Why do you not put up with me? I'm a fucking disaster. Catastrophe. Okay, but can you hear the people singing the cries of angry French people? Alright, let me see what I can do. Friends, bear with me just a second. Open the volume. Alright, here we go. There we go, alright. Okay. If you want to try any text-to-speech stuff now, it should be okay. Oh, okay. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Hello! I can't hear you, I'm on Will Street! Ben, are we but the keeper of the old memes? The speakers of the stories of the...
This totally isn't. We're begging for bits.
Oh, feck off. You know I'm not fishing. But thank you for checking. Alright. Let's get this story started so I don't have to listen to these bloody bells anymore. Memes from another time, another world. Dom Jolly. That was a whole fucking thing. Alright. So without further ado, it is my esteemed pleasure to introduce to you Jacob Jazz's Baobabs Mausoleum. Episode 1. Please choose a chapter. Use the WASD in the space.
Let's go fish.
I'm not saying fish. Ah. Who is the inhabitant? Number 64. What is real? Please choose a chapter. Thanks, swinging people. Don't worry, everybody. They're just living their best lives up there. Help us. We're dead. Dead sexy. Right. New game? New game. Thank you, Duck. Just let it wash over you, friends. Let it wash over you. The impossible deer, the floating bubbles of the countryside.
Я отвечу тебе «да», когда ты не будешь ожидать этого.
Да-да, окей. Да-да.
A crab.
what you do. I hate everything about you. Oh,
This is fine. This is
I
fine.
hate what you do.
You seeker! What's the matter with you?
You! That's what's the matter with me. I'm sick of you. I hate
That's a big deer.
Go ahead and hate me, Anna.
Hey,
I hate
Catastros,
what you do.
sleep well. It was lovely chatting with you as always. Have a lovely rest of your night.
Everything about you.
Yeah, J-Post, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. The town of Flamingos Creek is a place that you can only get to on the 11th of March every 25 years. A place that only appears in nightmares. Oh, this is absolutely wearing its Twin Peaks influences on its sleeve. Good day, Heligear! Agent Watariko Wallplug speaking! I'm currying in Albatross Road. It is 11:11 on a beautiful day, and what the heck? What the heck is that? Oh yeah, I'm going ham for today. If we're gonna play a weird game, I'm gonna bring the thunder. Ah! Help! Out of the way, spooky ghost! And I should have told Eric we were playing this. Brought to you by drugs. Dear God! Yes? Episode 1. Onifangos don't eat flamingos. It's a very important life lesson there. That'll totally be a thing later. Okay, Albatross Road. 11 past 10 a.m. Slendeer. God darn it. I don't know what kind of voice to give this guy just yet. He's probably going to end up with like 5 different voices. Oh no. Woke up again without knowing where I am. One sec. I remember hitting something on the road. Wait! I think I remember that disgusting mutant deer. The car's broken down. Someone stole my wallet. I lost my phone. Got to find help. Oh no! It's gonna be one of those days. Good thing I'm not drunk. Speak for yourself, mate. Alright, let the adventure begin. Oh, by the way, if the VHS filter gets a bit much, let me know. That is a menu option. Press the interact button. That's my phone! Aw, but it's broken. Busted phone. Information for tourists! You are on Albatross Road. 19 kilometers to go before arriving at Flamingos Creek. Thanks. Politely informative sign. I create... And there's coins to collect. Alright. Now, friends, it turns out there was actually, like, warning ghost deer signs. XG joining species is 100% effect with Myers. Hey, no worry. There we go. It was less extreme in the cutscenes. What the... Are you fucking kidding me? Continue. There we go. Portent says, it's the kind of thing where a slidey detail would be for. Yeah, I've seen a few titles that have done that, or at least like split the different filters. So I really like the the VHS TV element, but the broken tracking was getting a bit extreme there. Like, we haven't really had one that's been visually painful since, what was it? It was like not the Hidden Fortress, that's the Kurosawa movie. Forgotten Fortress? The one that was really stark, sharp colours. Kind of like Flashback. But if Flashback was designed to hurt you. Oh, interesting. Can't collect those again. Alright. Wait! Act 1. Eggplant's Awakening. Sir, so do not make me turn this game off. If any eggplants start awakening, I'm going to be in trouble. Information for tourists! Dedicated to John, Diane, and Doodle. Alright, here we go. Press the interaction button. Oh, I guess there's just the... Okay, welcome to Flamingo's Creek, population 64. Population 64. You know what? I'm gonna try using the keyboard. It's gonna be a little bit more painful, but it's not enjoying the controller. Oh, that's a good point. The fog filter currently on screen might have accented the filters. Okay. Reverend Timothy Gloucester Jr. Alright, I think the Reverend's kind of a bit of a grumpy fella. Hey! You! Pig-headed! Yeah, you! The eggplant with the tie! You don't look like you're from around here. Aye, son. What is an FBI eggplant doing in our nice and peaceful neighborhood of Flamingo Creek? Well, there's an introduction. Good day, father. Watrico Wolplus. Hey. Just what I thought. You have no clue where you are. Welcome to Flamingo's Creek. It's our special town where gloomy things and bizarre adventures take place in... Dramatic pause. Oh, take place in. Thanks for the info, but if you could What a cheek! Don't interrupt me, son. I'm Timothy Gloucester Jr. But everyone here calls me Father Tim. Fuck is this game? You can always find me in the church north of town. Come to see me and I'll give you cheats to help you with this stinky game in exchange for celery tokens, which are coins you will find in our streets. What are you talking about? Sorry, kid. I don't have time for this. We'll see each other sooner. No, see each other sooner than you think. I always have a soft... Oh, and he's come back. Oh, before I forget, who is the inhabitant of number 64? Wait. Wait, what? Who is the inhabitant of number 64? Sorry, I was just going to add that I have a real soft spot for games that characters will say gamey things at you, and your character responds with complete confusion. Like, come see me at the Point Store, where you can obtain microtransaction currency for additional unlockable... The fuck are you talking about? I'm on a quest to save the fucking realm here. I don't understand anything of what you said, and frankly, I'm weirded out. That's a good point. Wolfgrad saying there's something weird with Tim's eyes. Same with the owls? Alright, let's see who this is. It looks like a crime scene. I guess let's head up to JJ's Diner. This is giving me some wonderful, like, acid Pokemon vibes, and I'm here for it. Sorry, Immortal then saying that this feeling that what lives in 64 is going to be this game's "You always were such a kidder." Oh, there we go. Bobby Sizzlack. Hey, what's up, bro? Bob. I need your help. I need beer and they won't serve me. I must have run into the town drunk. What do you want me to do, Bob? I don't know, dude. Just bring me beer. I want beer. If you get a run, I'll help you with whatever you need. Bob, mate. Bob. Alright. Sounds good. Maybe I'll be able to take the truck into town. Alright, wait here. You found an empty beer. It smells good. Alright. Alright. Cheezo the Rat. Fucking Cheezo. Get out of here, Lesson Hair! I'm not gonna let you through. Find me something with pepperoni on it, and I'll think about it. Alright. Huh. I think we just combined gasoline with a bottle to make the first part of a Molotov. Also, I got a pee now. Great. Thanks, game. It does kind of look like we can sneak around from this way. Okay, Alnus, I just realised. We played through all of Unmetal, right? The whole feckin' thing. We never found out where he got the rope from. Haha! Cheezo Shitlow, my favourite Star Wars character. Oh look, it's Big Crab. Sheriff, I see you're dealing with Big Crab. Sheriff Random Lyatuska. And you are... Get out of here while you can. This town isn't for people like you. Okay, easy, cowboy. I'm Agent Waffles. You know, that well-known name. From the FBI. My car's broken down and I need to get into town. Whatever you want, vegetable. But right now, it's impossible to get here. Those crabs would eat you up in seconds. 3 victims this season. Until I don't get rid of them, you won't be able to get through. Where? Alright. Thanks for nothing, hick. Oh, he's crime scened it off. So we currently have a Molotov. So we need something with pepperoni on it. Unlockables. Okay. So it's definitely already going for that classic kind of Monkey Island kind of vibe. Bob's still like, come on, dude, bring me the beer. Do whatever you want. I don't know if that's a good idea, Bob. Give it to me. Oh, wow. Okay, so friends. This is Bob. Bob clearly has a problem. Whether it's just beer cravings or alcohol consumption, I don't know. But Bob just chugged a bottle of gasoline. Let's see where this party takes him. Bob is not okay. But we just stole his car. Oh, we moved his car ever so slightly. Let's check in on him. How you holding up there, Bob? Buddy, pal. A Bobatov cocktail. Fuck. And you're right, Alnus, there are enough calories in that to last him a very long time. God, who was it we were talking to about Monster Hunter? God, God, okay. This is one of the problems with my current lifestyle, is that everything just blends into each other. Conversations, interactions with people, all of it is just a lost mess of noise. It's a medieval catapult. If you find a projectile, you may be able to use it. Oh, this is moon logic up the wazoo. But I was talking to somebody about... God, I hate that I'm blanking on who it was. I used to be a person with thoughts and a life. Now I am a lost numpty. Oh, yes. Sorry, I was discussing with a friendo of reasons why, despite being a very good game, Monster Hunter Rise doesn't seem to have grabbed everybody as much as World did. And one of the things that I did note was, like, while mochi and tea is a lovely little treat every now and then, I couldn't imagine a professional Monster Hunter eating that on the regular. Whereas, like, Monster Hunter World, like, the fact that you eat this huge meal, like, stacked high, like, when you think about the amount of calories burnt with each swing of an ultra greatsword, like, no wonder you're just scoffing food left, right, and center. Plus, I assume most Monster Hunters have the survivability of, like, an agitated sparrow. So it's like every meal could be your last. Alright, let's talk to this shifty mother hubbard. Gregory Fungus Lungus. Fucking names are so good. Hello! The people in this town hate me because I've got moss between my teeth that I spit when I talk. Do you mind not getting close to me when you speak? You also hate me like the rest. I'm just going to take this tiny boat for a ride. Oh, okay. Okay. And apparently that's how we sail a boat. Wow, you found the incredible Mr. Nuts. Thanks, Mr. Nuts. Mr. Nuts is like, is my life a joke to you? There's something about having an overly ostentatious transition here that I'm really enjoying. Don't ask me why. Also, I'm very grateful that it's very clear what we can and can't interact with. Oh, yeah, you're still gross, mate. Oh, here we go. Mr. Nuts, away! Fucking wee! Oh, God! I thought we were supposed to get him like a fucking pizza or some shit! We're supposed to bring him like... We just killed a person. We just did a murder. He is the pizza topping now. Let's go shopping. Act 2. Inside the Clumsy Moose. That's a great name for a restaurant. Alright. I need a vinyl to put on the music. Okay. Start talking to some customers. Amy says, Will, does the population counter drop after this? Shit! We'll go and check afterwards. Also, do you notice the weirdly haunted deer right off the edge? Alright, this is Freddy Frogger. Hello! I'm reading the paper! There's a trick in the menu screen to access a mini-game. What? There's a trick in the main menu to access a mini-game. Great! Wait, what type of mini-game is it? Surely it's not co-op online. Ah! Yeah, just push the co-op online button. According to this, you'll know in episode 2. Alright, this is decidedly meta, and I'm for it. Larry Myers! Larry! Friend! I am so stressed. My dad is forcing me to carry on with his profession, but he doesn't understand. I don't like it. Oh, come on, man. It can't be that bad. Cheer up. What does your dad do for a living? It's not like he's a... it's not like he's a chicken sexer. Chicken sexer. No! He's a serial killer! Sir, I'm an FBI agent, and I am legally obliged to tell people that you're a loon. Sounds like a loon. I'm so glad we decided to play a sensible game for sensible people on this Thursday. Daphne! What is this? Who is this handsome vegetable? Can I help you with something gorgeous? Now, are you calling me gorgeous, or helping me with something gorgeous? Oh, Deus, then feckin' thank you, mate. No, Deus, it's all good, it's all good. The Twitch payout hasn't come in just yet, so you'll have to let me treat you to like a food thing or an equivocant bevy in the coming days. Excuse me, miss, could I use your phone? My car broke down, I'm in the middle of the road. Daffys, I'm very sorry. We haven't had a phone in ages. Even before I was born. The sheriff says that it's the interdimensional creature's fault. I don't know anything about that. God, friends. If I had a penny for every time my plans were ruined by interdimensional creatures, I'd have 2 pennies. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Well, thank you very much, miss. Okay, I'll keep looking. Huh. I wonder what the big heart was. Elsie, agent, what do you need? A baked turtle beer, blue candy. Baked turtle beer, Baobabs toffee. A centipede burger with root mustard. Why is this making me hungry? Squirrel french fries with black onions. Penguin wings with reptile sausages. Does anyone else want to try some penguin wings with me? All right. If I get a plate of penguin wings, does somebody want to share? Because I don't think I could eat a whole plate of penguin wings by myself. Will's once again on those forbidden beverages. And Lance, you're entirely correct. Interdimensional creatures are such a buzzkill. And Lance, I probably won't be able to hang with you round SakuraCon. I believe you said it was this weekend. But, like, once you've done SakuraCon and you're clear of the lurg, let's fucking hang out. Like, my plan is basically, once Fiona's back at some point, to just bundle all of the Seattle crew to a dog bar near us and just catch up with everybody, you know? Friends, like, this is Subnautica 2 all over again. Yo, I did not kill any penguins in Subnautica 2. I raised those little buggers like my own. The manner in which they got from point A to my base, that's a different story. Anyway, we're broke at the moment, so we can't get anything. Speaking of being broke, dear friends, I am going to nip to the loo very quickly. Because the filling up the bottle noise definitely made me need to pee. But friendos, I'll be back in just a second. Oh, sorry, actually, before I head out, just Navalis is saying, the developers of this game are Spanish. The chicken sexer thing is kind of a meme in Spain for some reason. Okay, Navalis, you may have to explain that to me when I get back, because I'm always curious about, like, games from varying parts of the world and how, like, memes, colloquialisms, like, you know, cultural touch points kind of come in together, especially when it comes to narrative stuff. But, alright, I'm going to leave you with the diner. I'll be back in just a sec. None of you stopped the ghost pyramid. What? It's like I don't even know you lot anymore. I was gone for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. And then BAM! Ghost pyramid. Wolfgrad, thank you for throwing in 100. I've just got some little potatoey snacks. I'm still working my way through them. More because I've kind of been rationing them. I know that once these little Japanese snacks are gone, I'm going to miss them so much. Celine's like, it's a convincing pyramid. Lars said the music makes him think of Dark Cloud 2. Okay, I can understand that. Oh, did that ever get a PC release? I think it got like a digital release on PS4, right? Dark Cloud 2. Anyway, this weird journey is not going to finish itself. So let's have a chat to some of the other citizens of this place. Bedelia?
They said on the radio that we should eat 8 spiders in our lifetime. Oh, that we eat 8 spiders in our lifetime. While we sleep.
Oh, no.
While we sleep, we open our mouths, and they enter looking for a human place to lay their eggs.
Oh, that's just fucking horrifying. No, I'm not reading that out. Feck you, Belinda. John Carpenter! Who are you, and why are you interrupting my snack? Freaking eggplants from the city. Hey. That mustache rings a bell. You're like... Wait a second. Are you John Carpenter, the movie director? Indeed I am, but don't say it too loudly. I bought a townhouse here in the square. And that's how John Carpenter talks. It is in fact John Carpenter, from John Carpenter's Ghost of Mars. Okay, and Navalis did a bit of digging. The chicken sexer thing. A few years ago, a newspaper did an article about chicken sexers, which are people whose job is to determine if a young chicken is male or female. And the joke, I guess, is that it was a kind of a horrible job. But because almost no one wants it, it was very well paid. Interesting. Eggs in the black. Eggs in black. It's Walpurgis! What's the FBI doing poking their nose in our business? This is supposed to be our secret. Oh no. It's agents Screep and Scrambles. Why do I always have to run into them? Tread carefully, Walpurgis. Starting to bother internal... You're starting to bother internal affairs. And we're keeping close eye on you. Says 2 giant eggs. Alright. Oh. Whoa. Where do you think you're going, scoundrel? Alright, so we're not allowed to sneak into the kitchen. Let's see what's out the back. I have so many questions. Alright. The clock hands are going the opposite way. Huh. Alna's saying it's the hard-boiled agent and their over-easy comedy sidekick. Rats! It's closed. No, there may actually be rats there. Yo, you all see the guy in the top left, right? Crazy eyes, goat, candy cane. The beach dude! Whoa, who are you? You look like a cop. I don't like cops. I don't have any problems, man. It looks like the kid from Zombies Ate My Neighbors grew up to be a complete waster. I'm just trying to get some help in this godforsaken weird town, but no one seems to be willing to help me. Alright. Ways to hear 1 squirrel chips. Go to the bar, get me some grub. I'm hungry. You got it, bro. I lost my wallet, so I'll find a way to get you chips. Just wait here. How are we gonna get... Ooh! You found 5 creep tools! Yes. 5 creep tools indeed. How much was squirrel chips? Squirrel chips were like 7, right? Straham's like, I'm pretty sure people wanted our help. Might have killed a few of them though. Let's just not talk about that. Look, I had a talking acorn. I found a trebuchet. Sometimes nature just takes its course, alright? Okay. Lance says that's Tim up in the top right. You know what? Should have recognized Tim. I'm just a little slow-brained today. Hopefully Tim will forgive me. This seems fine. There seems to be a smoking lass and a witch in the other room. Fecula.
I see fatal destiny in the lettuce that covers your hair.
Hey! Wait, lady, don't mess with me! I don't believe in those things.
I'm sorry, son. Let me be more clear. You will go bald in very little time.
Mina's like, hey, agent, what is it? This time? Student in the lake? Did they abduct old Bedelia again? None of that. My car's broken down on the road next to this stupid town. Good luck! The news presenter at Channel 3. If you have any news, just let me know. I don't think they're okay. Rats! It's closed! Open the bloody door, mate. I think we've got enough money to pick up the squirrel fries. Sorry, there's a place around the corner that does, like, chicken teriyaki loaded fries that Perios got me the other day because I was having a night. And I've been dreaming about them ever since because they're fecking delicious. So I'm looking at the squirrel fries and being like, yeah, I could go for that. Thanks for your purchase! Although, if anyone wants to share some squirrel fries, like, there should be some leftovers. And with Tim, it's fireballs all the way down. Yeah, and Lance, it's the same place that has the 6-player X-Men arcade camp. So again, once it's a little safer to kind of cross bubbles and bring a bunch of people together just for an evening's piss up, absolutely taking everybody there. Oh, they also got the 4-player Simpsons arcade machine, which is a feckin' treasure. You know what, now I think about it, I've not actually looked into who made the Simpsons arcade machine. Because there's a bunch of those like side-scrolling brawlers that kind of popped up around the same time that were surprisingly brilliant. The other one I keep wanting to go back and re-examine is there was a Asterix and Obelisk like side-scrolling brawler that was feckin' top tier. Wolf Gray's like, no, I want chicken teriyaki fries. So it's like loaded fries, chicken teriyaki, cheese, like a little bit of like spring onions. And it's one of those ones where in American terminology it is described as a side. But in reality it is a mound of food which one should only attempt if at one's hungriest. Beach Dude's like, whoa, chips bro, I'm so hungry, thanks man. Alright. Oh, look at this. It's the Fixies' new album in vinyl. Keep it. I will say, while this is purely nonsense moon logic, also, I think Tim got eaten by his goat. Yeah, I think the goat just ate... Wait, or is Tim further up? No, I think the goat ate Tim. I think Tim's dead, friends. Tim's dead. Yeah, no. Tim is super dead. Okay. Okay.
So I'm gonna treat party and run.
Why would you do this to me? I love you. I love you. Why would
It's
you?
treat party. They love treat party.
They do love treat party. If they have sandwiches, can they have a sandwich? Yes! Friends, I'm a complete fiend for Sarnies. What was I feckin' talking about? Oh, we were talking about the fact that Tim's dead. Yeah, Osterline, I will say, one of the things that took me so long to get used to is the idea of, like, leftovers in the US. Because I'd come out here to visit family when I was younger, and then I traveled a lot in the US for work, before I moved out here. And I used to steal myself for American meals. I'd try and order, like, smaller portions to survive. Because, British culture is, like, if someone serves you a thing, you finish it. Like, that's the polite thing to do if you enjoy it. If you leave some of it, it's kind of like I didn't really like it. Whereas in the US, it's like you order a thing, and maybe you finish a bit of it, maybe you finish all of it, and then you take the rest with you. That's an understandable, acceptable maneuver. Which culturally took me way longer to understand than I was expecting. Well, sorry, and the other thing that I was hinting towards is, okay, this game is completely moon logic, but it's very clearly telegraphing what it is we have to do, kind of getting us into the rhythm of the surreal, which it's not bad. Right. We'll use this new album by the Fixies. And they're all distracted. They're distracted having a little boogie at the front. The rhythm of the surreal is still surreal. I mean, that's true. But, okay, so Osterline, think about it like this. You're dropping a user into a world with no logic, right? Or, sorry, I should say, you're dropping a user into a world where they do not understand the logic. And Lance, you're not wrong. When the Fixies come on, you've got to let the music carry you. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. What can often happen in point-and-click games is that the thematics don't necessarily convey the surreal or the humorous. Like, less people complained about moon logic in Sam & Max than in, for example, Monkey Island. Because Monkey Island, while humorous, was like a piratey, swashbuckling adventure. Sam & Max, it's a cartoon dog and a cartoon rabbit. So having puzzles and themes that fit the thematics, fit the visual style, helps bring users in. But this is next tier surreal. So how do you bring a user through this? God, Lance, you and me both, friend. You and me both. One of these days I probably bloody should. Let's just talk to this person, have a little boogie. No, they're just too busy partying. Tim's super dead. I'll use this key! What even is this? Yeah, we've got ourselves a full-on Ratatouille situation here going. Rubbershare says,
Hey! You! Dumbass! How dare you enter the great Rafa Chef's kitchen?
oh, fuck, what? Okay, attack object spew. You don't have any objects. This is no this is no Final Fantasy brick. River! Spew. Damn insect! Alright. Okay, let's try attacking him. Because... Ah, piss! Yeah, but apparently River wants to get into this fight. Apparently spew doesn't work. Rematch! Also, the battle music slaps. Hello, boy. You okay? Also, the game just called me a prick. Nasty gormless. Damn insect! Yeah, get fecked. I do not feel heroic about this. Oh, we just killed something. Thanks for the key. I guess. Alda says, so what's the population now? Alright, before we continue, I'm gonna head on out and see if we can find the thing that listed the population. See if it reacts to how many people we've murdered. Oh, okay, we can't head on out. So it seems the little puzzlies are nice and self-contained. Which, friends, I'm not against. Oh, you want some news? Tim's dead. Oh, no, okay. I'll use this key! Oh, okay. Act 3. Is that Scenic Bridge or Sentinel Bridge? Have you seen this man? Fuck. That's not good. Hang on. Nah, that can't be. Sorry, it looked like puzzle clues and stuff. Have you seen this man? Hope that you don't. Now, friends, does everyone remember what you do when encountering mystery cyber deer? Alright? We don't touch them. We don't bring a magnet close to them. And if they present you with a QR code, do not scan it. Alright? Now, you can pet them, but gently. And only with cookies disabled. Why does this feel like a trap? Feck. Damn! That absurd tentacle won't let me through. I need to find a way to get rid of it. Nah, see, that's what happens when you don't enable cookies. Oh, is it high order of deer? Yeah. Sorry, when I said you can pet the deer, again, make sure it's in high order. I know, okay, friends, I know you all know this about deer. I don't want to teach anyone how to suck eggs or anything. It's just making sure we're all on the same page, you know? Cool. That makes perfect sense. By activating the 3 mystical cyber deer, we eviscerated the giant tentacle monster. Yes. We're doing a lot of murders. Not gonna lie. The night is falling. Over... Oh, that was not fast. But off goes our stalwart hero. However, he finds an object in his path. They are 3D glasses. Try them on, Wataru. Everything is freaking awesome now! In 3D! It's okay, boy. Peeper's Woods. Oh, that's cool! We put on 3D shades, so the game is now first person. Oh, there's Tim. What's up, Tim? Oh, we can't go back. Oh, this is not good. It's okay, my boy. Hey, it's alright. Come here. Yo's. Go settle. Go settle. Show everybody that you're not a freaking disaster monster. My boy. Come on. Go lie down. Go lie down. Little cuddle monster. Little cuddle monster. Look who's come to say hello. Hello, my boy. Hello, my boy. Go settle. Go on. Nope. What a weird mound of earth! With the right tool, might be able to dig something up. I can't be a little careful because the mouse isn't actually locked to the title. Hang on. Maybe if I go to options. Darn it. Hang on. No, still same. Darn it! Alright, just gonna be very careful. Wellity, wellity, wellity. We meet again. So, we've never met. Or if I only turn left, it'll be fine. Limburg the Gravedigger. Hello, Mr. Eggplant. Due to my wife having an eating disorder, the only thing she can eat is a golden flamingo. I must ask you to find and hunt the golden flamingo, a bird that only lives here, in Flamingo's Creek. If you bring him, I promise to let you stay in our house. Alright. Detectives only turn left. Right. Shit. Alright. So we're on the hunt. Tim. Okay, can I just say though how much I love the bit of rats! It's closed like every damn door in this game. Sorry, I love the bit of we're playing in first person because we picked up 3D glasses. Yeah, time to ruthlessly slaughter a flamenco or whatever else is thrown to us. Oh no! The water was in fact filled with deadly piranhas! No! Alright. First person jumping puzzles. Hooray! Blackout Club has taught me well. Now, first things, friends. The first thing you're going to want to do is signal your suit to make a duck jump. This is a totally normal video game for normal, sensible, serious people. So that's the way... Oh. Okay, so that's the way to locked doors. This is the way to dig in stuff. I think? because there's... Oh. Now I gotta spin around. Rats! It's empty! Let's not talk about the rats. We already killed. We'll kill again. Dope! A coin! Only turning right. Yeah, I do have to do these little pirouettes lest I accidentally click, like, end stream and I don't mean to. Okay. Alright, so this way. Oh, more things to dig. Found a key! Alright, so that'll get us into the graveyard. Well, well, well. Tim. Sturdy Kiwi's asking what kind of a gem are we watching today. Would someone mind linking the title we're playing to Sturdy Kiwi? We are in a proper weird, like acid-soaked Twin Peaks bizarrity. It's a golden flamenco. I need to find a way to catch it. Mate, you got a shovel. Like... Alright, I guess we'll deal with some... Alright, use the key to open the door. We'll deal with whatever... Hang on, I gotta spin around the other way. We'll deal with whatever nonsense these squirrels are putting forward. Oh, they're beavers!
You! He who dares wake the 4 diabolical coloured beavers! We know of your intentions!
Beavers. More like rats. Stinky ones. Bam! It's okay. My boy. Look at the size of them chompers. Wolfcrat, thank you.
Watch your language, dirty vegetable! I beat the legendary trial of hide and seek, and we'll beat the legendary...
Sorry.
Beat the legendary trial of hide and seek. We'll give you rewards.
Man, this has got some Granny's Garden tier nonsense. Oh, I think that's just clipping. I was like, is that a squirrel? No, I'm going to get too into it. Where are you, you brightly coloured bastards? Oh, I see you. Bam!
Even before you make me sick.
Get out of my house. First you were a beaver, now you will be gone! Nailed it. Pithy one-liners ahoy. Sorry, I gotta spin around a few times this way. I do apologise. I do not mean to do the spin to win here. It's just, yeah, there's no mouse lock to... Alright, there's Tim. There's no map. See you, you piece of shit!
Hey, that's not fair!
And the controller support's kind of freaking out a little bit. I don't think it's the controller, because we were fine when we were playing Hades yesterday. So, I think it's doubling the input on controller. Hunt down some fucking squirrels. Sorry, beavers. There you are.
You idiot! How did you do it?
Use my knives. Alright, 1 beaver remains. Alright. We're a hearty detective. It's Tim, the Dark Landmark! Tim! Right in our crosshairs. Oh, anyway, Robin, how are you doing today? Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. We are playing this gloriously weird mashup. The fact that we're in a first-person segment is because our character picked up 3D Our character picked up 3D glasses. Alright, so we checked Tim the Dark Landmark. I think I skimmed some of the Evil Forest. There's a golden flamingo. One of these trees is not like the other. Right! Robin, that's such a cool little hook. The best reason for having a 3D segment. Ah, there you are, you piece of shit.
Sheep!
Get dunked on. You are a genius at hide and seek. Thank you, video game. I mean, I know. Spin to win. Sorry, I have to do these little pirouettes. Like I said, it's just so I don't accidentally click end stream.
As you are so good at hide and seek, we will give you your prize.
Alright, come on, you rats. Cut the crap. Give me that stupid prize.
Here you have it, Eggplant. Take good care of it. And whatever you do, don't catch the legendary golden flamingo.
It's a gun. You found a hunting shotgun. Sadly, we can't just equip it. Spin to win. Spin to win. I'm sorry. Don't hurt the golden flamingo, especially with this. A gun we just gave you. I've got some bad news for you, beavers. But it's dead. A 3, a 2, a 1, an aim, and a fire! Flamenco's dead. It's the legendary golden flamingo! You just did a murder on endangered species. How do you feel about yourself? Let's see if these little bad words wanna tussle? You wanna tangle? I killed your god and I'll do it again! The flamingo is flamingon! Nice one, nice one. Molder? Barely knew her. Immortal Lenses, what's the murder count now? Like 4? Yeah, yeah, the tentacle monster was 3, and that's 4. Thank you, Mr. Eggplant. My wife will finally be able to eat. She's been years without eating. Go and make yourself comfortable, but be careful. My wife has a very bad case of the fleas. 50p says his wife's super dead. It's a lot of weird shit in your garden. Not gonna lie, dude. Not gonna lie. Oh. Chapter 5. Lamberg's Cabin. There are those feckin'. Snail number 5.
Zook! I'll leave it open.
Snail number 4. Oh! I would leave it half open. Is it wet? Number 1. Gore! I'd leave it open! Let's have a chatter. She might be very dead. It's a Jacob Nendo 66! I'd love to play a game, but there doesn't seem to be a game. Oh man, I used to love coming home as a kid, jumping on my Jacob Nendo 66. Boy, those sure were the days. 3 was like,
I would leave it closed.
oh, this is. These snails feel very Monkey Island, you know what I mean? Snail number 2.
Well, I'd leave it half open.
Wet. Feckin' wet. Feckin' wet. No, you know what? Nope. Fuck me running. Vegeta with it.
Damn Limburger, always hacking around.
Hi, I'd like to leave. A safe! It seems to hold something important, but it's closed. There must be a combination. These eggs are kind of weird. These tomatoes, they remind me of the first... it was one of my first cases where I had to face some of the killer tomatoes. I heard about purple bananas. Apparently, they're great for the intestinal flora. Oh. They look like pig's eyes. Very nutritious, according to some recent studies. So Ami's saying the snails are giving you numbers. The final word is the order. No, Ami, it's the eyeballs. Look. They can be open, half closed, or closed. All right, this brings... Oh. Secretly Robinson is taking it from an ex-professional. All right, it's pen and paper time. So there's 5 eyeballs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so... What was this one? So, snail number 5. I'll leave it open! Alright, so open. Yeah, thankfully they're numbered. 4, half open. So 4 is half. Then we've got 1. 1 is open. 3 would leave it closed. And then so number 2, half. Alright. Open, half, closed, half, open. Look at us being proper detectives and shit. So it's open, half, closed, half, open. Ha-ha! It wasn't a combination lock at all. It was an eyeball lock. What the fuck am I doing with my life? We found a game. Yeah, the eye was blinking. So we could have brute forced that if we were smart enough. Alright. Fuck all this nonsense. Like, friends, let's just sit down and have a sensible game of Jacob Tendo 66. Alright, I'm going to turn the console and put the cartridge. According to nivellucotio.com, it's a great game. Welcome to Mutant Meat City. Someone has stolen Rob Render's VHS tape collection. Help him by driving, avoiding the Turbosaurus who will want to kill you. Use the left stick to move and avoid the Turbosaurus. Maximum boost score is 1950. Try and beat it. Alright. Let's go. It's just... Fuck you. Riveting. Oh, darn it. There we go. I made it to the Millennium. New record. Nailed it. Oh, that seems bad. That seems bad! Million Eyes Lady is not happy with us.
Vegeta's like, crap! I hid that game so Lamberger'd stop lounging around and get to work.
Wait, what's wrong, lady? For now, I'll just leave it in this place.
You also beat my high score. I'll show you. I'm going to turn you into meat for my snails.
Well, this escalated quickly. This is not good! Meanwhile, in outer space... Just let the game wash over us. The game wash over us. Ah, space cock! Sorry, it was a space chicken. My apologies. Yeah, the Jake Nintendo 66, that well-known children's console. Act 6. Eggs from the moon! What the fuck? Moon Boy's like... Logbook. The environment is suffocating. I think these people breathe oxygen. Current mission. I will look for the invoker. It'll give me some instructions to complete the mission. Okay, we now play as Moon Boy. Cool. Ah, we finally meet the cursed Tim. Oh, fuck you, Tim! Fuck you, Tim. You are in viewpoint of the plastic meteorite. Right, so there's a little house. There's another little house. Fuck you, Tim! Fuck you, Space Boy! Who is the inhabitant? Well, who is the inhabitant number 64? Wait. Was it Tim? Is it Tim? Are we dealing with a Tim type scenario? Updated mission. I must find inhabitant number 60. Oh god. Moon Boy, I don't think you're going to make it through this, Bubs. Yeah, we're at a Tim level threat. Oh, cool. This is fucking haunting. Brilliant. Great. Wonderful. I'm glad we came to this adventure. The seagull sounds are very unsettling. Not gonna lie. Walrus Pictures. What's up, buddy? Welcome to the terrifying Walrus Movie Theatre. Today on show, Killer Asylum 3. Damn it! Seems like there's an anti-cheat system in this game. Look in the back of your game cover. Maybe it's hidden by some game help or some screen capture. Wait, what? What? Was it in the settings? No. Am I getting copy protected right now? Damn it, it seems like this is an anti-cheat system in the game. Look in the back of your game cover. Maybe it's hidden by some game help. Or some screen capture. Wait, you did not just... No? Alright, let's check the game files. Browse local files. doesn't seem to be... I mean, no, there doesn't seem to be a help or a manual. Like, is it doing a bit? You know, like with the code wheels and shit like that. Because I feel like it's saying, like, hidden by help or some screen capture. Like, maybe let's try taking a screenshot? It hasn't hidden anything on the desktop, and the desktop's still as standard. Maybe it is asking us to take a screenshot and check it. Alright. So let's go back to Steam. Alright. Manage my 2 screenshots. Show on disk. Hidden by some game help or screen capture. Oh, this is going hard. Hang on, let me check the chapter 1 Steam page. See if it does like a... No. See if it goes like feckin' meta. Okay, so here's episode 1. Onifangos don't eat flamingos. Oh shit, Robin says apparently the way you're supposed to get it is impossible because of reasons. Alright, so Robin, what's going down? Alright, explain me a thing. I can't bring that up right this moment. Oh, so it's on the developer's website, which they don't own anymore. Oh, that's cheeky as. That's cheeky as. All right. So, okay. So that's why we couldn't get it. So it is 160217. Now let's walk into a giant walrus's mouth. The Zork and the Wendigo. Nani the fuck? There seem to be 2 horrifying creatures and a giant murder flamingo. Alright. Good evening! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Zukiro's Dungeon, the incredible underground cinema. Underground? I'm really tired, bro. Just tell me how to get out of here. Sorry, friend! But I'm afraid right now, that's impossible. The so-called Onifangos have stolen my eye. Alright, say no more. Get your eye back. Just help me get out of here. Prize for the gentleman! Bring me back my eye, and I'll tell you where the exit is. Let's see, the spider cows are being kept in their enclosure. Yeah, Sturdy Kiwi, this game is a whole thing. Something tells me getting touched by those things is a bad idea. Stop it! No touching! First up, a box of blue avocado cigarettes. Pulsar controller. Commando. Okay, I now have shotgun cigarettes. Cool. That makes so much sense. Osterline. Nice. Can we get them through the wall? Nah. Okay, and what about Flamingo? That does seem logically like how cigarettes work. Welcome back, Papa Jar. You've been gone for so long. He actually was very well behaved. He came in to hang out with us for a little bit, and then just kind of settled. He didn't do his usual flipping out.
Hey. Bitey. That's me. No.
Whereas the game we're playing is fucking weird.
Hey. Although he must have been nice, but he came in and stole this from.
Oh no, that was me. I put it in the other room because I was moving stuff around. Oh, feck!
I'll see your sandwich here.
Oh, I got sandwich. Oh, actually, that's an interesting thing. More Len was saying they have anxiety about any board game that uses an app that will become unplayable someday. You know what? I know what you mean. I've been thinking about it a fair wedge because... what was it? Okay. So I'm going to aim to get to this spot here. Sorry, one of my coping mechanisms during lockdown has been watching a lot of old episodes of Shut Up and Sit Down. Ah, the Bibles open the doors. Fascinating. And it's been interesting seeing a few of the games that do have like lock-in apps and stuff like that, because a lot of them probably won't survive too long. Like, unless the game sells really, really well, enough that the developer can keep updating it, like Fred's like, wait, are you playing Frogger? Mate, I don't even know how to describe what it is that we're playing. Alright, so here's the Skelly button. Also, more candy, a la Tim. Alright, we're going to make a hell of a long shot. I'll be accepting my... Ah, almost. Yes! Alright. Well, this does beg a certain question, which is, how the bloody hell do we get to where we need to go? Oh, here we go. Nerd, nerd. Hyperio says, I found this little game called Iron Lung. When are you playing that? I mean, I'm trying to avoid playing it for as long as possible. The idea of it terrifies me. But I also understand I can only put it off for so long. It's made by some of the peeps who've done some really good stuff in DreadX. Alright, we found a cinema ticket! Alright. Iron Lung is like a I believe you're in like a little horrifying submarine or something. Oh, this is bad. Hadouken! Who's keeping track of my murders? Because I'm murdering a lot of people right now. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, it's a short horror game where you pilot a submarine through an ocean of blood on an alien moon. Oh. Alana says, okay, I took a break, had a shower, and Nanny the hot... I cannot stress this enough, the feck. It just is. This is one of those games you've got to let it just wash over you. If you try and apply logic to this... Lance says, I took my eye off the stream for a second, you're casting Fireball. Did Tim teach you? No. Copious amounts of smoking taught me. Also, thanks to the entrance ticket, I can go in! Okay, I'm not quite ready for the cinema just yet. Unless we've got to watch a movie before we're allowed to go through our Dino supporters. Try again, it's still closed. But yeah, Aperios, I know I'm going to have to play that title, but I'm going to put it off for as long as I can. Hey, Larry! I lost my entrance ticket in the other room. Could you go get it? Well, I don't have an entrance ticket, so... Here's your entrance ticket. Don't waste time. Wait, so he wanted an entrance ticket. We didn't have one. Alright. Wolfgrad says, I gotta say this again, this character's going through a lot of effort just to find his wallet. It's a really good wallet. Try again, it's closed. Unless we need to head back to the other part of the cinema. Yeah, I know I'd have to look for. Unless it's the other door we haven't opened. Yeah, there's nowhere else to go from here. So it's got to be the other door in the Frogger room. Also, the fact that Fireball makes a shotgun sound amuses me greatly. Yeah, Perios, I don't know, maybe we'll do it as like a little one-shot venture. Also, Perios, I need to bug you about next week if you'd be down for being a co-host to help me not self-destruct during Fiona's away week. I was saying to a friend, it's like, I know I need to start organising stuff for that, but everything happens so much. Everything happens so much. And I do actually, if you do come on over, I do have some interesting titles. There's a couple of co-op games I've been saving for just such an occasion. What are they watching on screen? Oh, what's that? A key to the dungeon! Oh, yeah, so now we've got to go to the Dino dungeon. Hey, Osterline, have a lovely rest of your day, alright? If I'm not here when you get back, yeah, have a cracking Thursday. And no one could say I haven't brought you a decent weird game. Because I will admit, like, it's not that we've been playing bad games, but we've really kind of been spoiled. Oh, fuck a duck. Oh. It's a pisser. We've been spoiled for really exceptional titles, and there's been quite a few, like, either big budget indie or just, I don't want to say more mainstream, but just like, for the first half of this year, I don't think we've really gotten into our like super weird indie roots for a while. So it's nice to kind of, it's nice to kick out the jams, you know, the bizarrely artistic chops. Alright, so we've got the key to the dino. It's closed! Then what's the key for? Is it for... So confused. You got the entrance ticket, hurry up. But what was left? Give me the old chop. Hop shot! Keys for the box. But which box? I don't think there are any boxes we hadn't hit. Oh, this big box. No, we cleared everything in here. Also, a lot of concession stands in this place. Not gonna lie. Robin says, I'd like to make it clear for everyone, I'm doing a bit and I have no idea what's going on. And Robin, I would highly recommend getting GTFO while it's on sale. There will come a time when we... Ha-ha! There will come a time when we return to it. Crack in the wall, should have known. See, because the game spent the first few acts like setting this weird, strange pace, I feel like I'm equipped to deal with its particular flavor of nonsense, you know what I mean? I don't feel like it's hoodwinking me with moon logic. We've had to learn its weird logic, but it does have logic. Does that make a strange thing? Aha! Here we go. But no, Secret Robin, I highly recommend GTFO. Like, it requires no leveling, it requires no nonsense, just play it with friends and have an excellent time. Oh wow. This has suddenly gone full Zelda. Oh yeah, and Secret Robin, definitely, like, see if there's anyone else in the Longship who will join. It's not a game to be played with randos at all. The thing with GTFO is you've got to think of it like playing board game with friends. It's not It is not a title that you should suffer fools gladly, you know? But on the flip side, it's so incredibly accessible. Which is weird considering how ridiculously hardcore it is. Okay, we're getting close to having collected all of these coins. Which I guess means we're coming to the end of the chapter? Maybe? I'm very confused, friends. Alright, we got all the coins. Pocket money 5. We found the eye and the way out. So we can give that to the ringleader Stork. And go from there? Thank you for bringing me my eye. Here's the key to get out of here. I'm not gonna thank you, Big Beak. Give it to me! You've still got one more surprise! Oh, the key to the boss. Key to the no. You still haven't left? Thank you, mate. More lenses, they'd be down to try it. It's really cool. Although, it's worth saying, with GTFO, you need 4 people. But, again, you don't need to level, you don't need to hit prestige systems or unlockables. It's just 4 people, FPS, it's you versus sound-activated aliens, and it is tense as heck. There's and there's just so much gloriousness to it. Like, to access computer systems, you just have to use, like, you have to actually use command line setups. It's fucking great. Alright, thanks to the entrance ticket, I can go in! I think you think thanks to the big key, but alright. Ah, fuck sticks. Ah, come on! Alright, 3 hearts this time. Alright, so when he starts doing the wibbly head move, he's gonna wreck my day. It's alright. I have explodey avocado cigarettes, apparently. Ow! Alright, here we go. Gonna do this old school. Thank you, mate. On the plus side, the boss theme slaps, so I'm not too annoyed. Oh. Robin's like, I imagine avocado cigarettes might cause some problems. And there we go. Whatever this feckin' thing is, this, like, blue-haired lightning hell jackalope. Can't cancel out the fireballs. Oh, fuck you! Alright, I'm about to jackalope extinct this Mother Hubbard. Lance is like, damn it, I can't leave yet! Let's see how this fight goes! Poorly would be my first guess. Sadly, I can't hit the antlers. It's just its big, chunky face. Oh! Fuck! No, I'm about to... Take a good look at this big blue bastard, because it's about the last one you're ever going to see. Richard Hammond's going to have to show up and clone one of these bastards from a rock of shite. Also, once it starts doing the wobbly head, I can't do it damage. Alright. Yeah, Richard Hammond, the car guy. Yeah, get fucked in a bin! Sorry. Will gets uncontrollably angry over weird boss fights. Okay, so we made it out of the weird basement that we got thrown in because we beat the high score on somebody's Jacob Tendo. And now we can finally get this party on some kind of track. Can't believe it. Finally outside. And it looks like I'm where I started. And no giant killer crabs. I think this way I can finally reach this damn town, ask for help, and I can finally get out of this place for loonies.
Someone help me! 2 lunatics are attacking me!
Says Daphne. Melvin's like, look, Gotius, it's the princess that the legend spoke about. Let's take her to the master. Be quiet. You're coming with us.
Very pretty. We got to take her.
You are ours. This fucking Tim again. Well, it was clear something was going to happen that would stop me from getting into town. And there's Tim fucking off again. I think we don't see you there, Tim. Shit.
Oh, what track are you? Thank you for helping me with these 2. My voice changes every time I speak. They spent months in that comic store. And when they do come out, they think that they're the favourite comic book heroes. I got to speak to their mothers. Could you walk me back to my place? I'm a bit scared they may come back.
They're on fire. If they come back, it will be very bad. Alright, which way's your place? I guess this way? I should probably go to our house ASAP. Guess it's this way? Still have my shotgun cigarettes. Act 9. Science fiction double feature. Interesting.
Look, it's Nimrod's. My granddad's shop. I used to work there before Bannabatana bought it. After that, he kicked us out of the business and turned it into a Magic Wand shop.
And turned our Magic Wand shop into a real estate agency. Of course. You know, in today's market, can you really afford to have a high street Magic Wand shop? Who is that, Barnabas? What did your family do after that?
Barnabas McCreep. He's the richest man around and he owns the hotel and all the local businesses. My voice changed again. After it were bought, my granddad Nimrod passed away and I started working at the clumsy Mangoose.
Beware the Mangoose. He just drums. Yeah, I'm sorry, the man goose has returned.
Hey, what tractor? Where you from? Why don't you tell me a little bit about you? I'm really glad you saved me from those two. I don't know what I would have done without you.
It's all good, Daphne. It's the least I could do. I'm from a city. I'm from the city, you know, and I'm just passing through. All I want to do is repair my car and be able to go back.
Oh, well. I'd love for you to stay a little longer. That way I could show you more things, and we could go together to the lake. It has a beautiful view. Also, instead of water, it has cantaloupe juice.
What the fu- I'm gonna get a sandwich. I don't know why, that's too much. Cantaloupe Juice Lake. Feck you, Daphne. Feck you. I'm gonna get Sarnie and not. Feck you, Daphne. I'll be back in a second, friends. Don't go anywhere. Papa Char, dear friends, thank you for waiting. You're right, the Cantaloupe Lake did finally crack me. And I have to apologize that this sandwich, while it will be delicious, has kind of crisped it up a little, added some stuff, and it has since deconstructed. So as I snack on this, I want you to try and remember me as I was, not as the disaster that I'm about to become. Oh, though this is entirely the wrong game to play when trying to snack on down. That's not a sandwich, it's a declaration of war. I'm not sorry. Though it's interesting that the coin collecting stuff has stopped. Alright, let's get to a house ASAP. Alright, so the game's being very clear about where we gotta go. Is this Daphne's place? It is not. Alright, so we're gonna keep going. Alright, at least it's keeping us on rails. That was the one thing that Buddy Simulator did very well, was giving us an open world, but not being too overwhelming. Like, okay. Undertale. Wonderful game. Wonderful story, great characters. But considering the amount of backtracking you need to do if you're playing that game properly, there's a lot more game to it than was perhaps necessary. Especially anytime you've got to go through the ice area to like grill bees and stuff like that. And Lance, I wholeheartedly agree. Buddy Sim is just fucking inspired. A great one, especially for messing with like perspective and narrative. Daphne's saying that they live in the Red House.
They used to live with their grandpa, but
Okay, they can't voice in sandwich. But since Grandpa left, Daphne now lives alone with just their giant salamander, Spableebles.
I remember now. You must be so hungry.
Wait, your salamander Spleebles? I don't know what it eats. It's you, mate. It's you. Did you say hi to the dog? No. Control has been taken. Thank you, Watrico. We're here. Thanks for everything, and hopefully we'll see each other again. Yeah, of course. I'm sure we'll see each other again. Bye, Daphne. I like to imagine that little animation where she sidles up close, Daphne just comes on in and whispers, "Cantaloupe Lake," and then leaves it at that. I should go to the hotel. It's getting late. I can figure it out in the morning. Okay. Like, I'm all for games, especially games like this, giving us the chance to explore. But when there's a lot of weird logic all being thrown at you all at once, I think it's okay to keep it on rails for these moments. One of the things that struck me a lot about... I almost said Wolfcrad. That struck me about, was it Wolfstride? Yeah, Wolfstride. They're kind of like the super anime mech game. Is it gives you freedom to go to all the places every day. Except for a couple of them. But for the most part... Oh, here we go. The Hotel Wendigo, we can hang out here. But for the most part, there isn't anything to do. And it's not like there's like... In some areas, there are like mini games to play that can earn you money and stuff like that. So there's kind of a reason. But for a lot of other sections, there's not. And I realized a larger portion... God, I'm wearing half the sandwich. A larger portion of my playthrough of that game was checking and rechecking the areas I'd already been to. The narrative was so good, I didn't want to miss it. So I wasn't going to risk, like, missing out on little chunks. Okay, Lance, have a lovely rest of your evening. It was lovely hanging out. I can't promise you we won't get Wendigo bitten. But where Wendigo, we follow. Oh, come on, that was genius, and you know it. That was inspired. Inspired, I tell thee. Alright, let's go get checked in. Oh. Okay. Cool. So the alien from the moon, Moon Boy, has just broken into this place. Just kind of hanging out. Checking the stuff and things. Messing with the telly. Oh, and Dustin, a good afternoon to you. What ho, friend? Way!
Я отвечу тебе «да», когда ты не будешь ожидать этого.
Да-да. Окей. Да-да.
Aparios, why are you like this? Why? Have I been a bad friend? Why do I deserve this treatment? Okay, so that was chapter 1. So, friendos, it is still early. We can start a little bit of chapter 2 if we fancy it. I got time. I got nowhere else to be. And now I'm powered by Sandwich. That's a good point. We might end up with that weird code that supposedly unlocks a minigame. Aparios, why the heck are you like this? Yeah, and Wolfgrad, there are 3 chapters in total. We just did chapter 1, which was an experience. What happens from here? Who feckin' knows? did we do on Chivos? Although the interesting thing is we picked up all those coins. We never got a chance to spend them. Which I find... Like, did we miss something? Or is it going to be unfurled? Apparently, just like, ask me again when the Viking blonde eating compilation hits 1 million views. Why are you like this? Well... Friends, if there are no objections, I want to keep going. Apparently the codes will become obvious in Chapter 2, so let's see where this takes us. Oh, hang on. I need to update the game name. Because whilst what we're playing right now is the... it's kind of like the collection. Originally, this was released as 3 games, as 1, 2, 3. And I guess it gives people a better understanding of where we at. What's going to happen? I have no bloody clue. But let's find out together.
Я отвечу тебе «да», когда ты не будешь ожидать этого.
Да, окей. Да.
There's those fucking crabs again. The crabs shall blot out the sun. I guess because we've gotten into town proper, we should get a chance to, like, explore.
Да.
But
Да, окей. Да. You sick cat! What's the matter with you?
You! That's what's the matter with me! I'm sick of you!
oh, you know that eyeball.
hate you.
That's actually a famous
I hate
eyeball now.
what you do. I hate everything about you. Oh no!
Oh, now I'm thinking about more
I
sandwich.
hate what you do.
You sick cat! What's the matter with you?
You! That's what's the matter with me! I'm sick of you! I hate you!
Go ahead and hate me, Anna.
I hate what you do! Oh no! I hate everything about you!
Oh, what the fuck? Friends, you might be in trouble. Alright. You are all seeing this, right? Because I did just eat a Sarnie, and I didn't sniff it or check it or anything. So... I could just be having some kind of, like, 1,000-year-old meat dream. Like, I'm actually on stream just frothing from the mouth and tripping out. Okay, episode 2, 1313, Barbados Dead End Drive. Oh, God, fucking where? Act 1. Sorry, Act 10. The Hotel Wendigo! I don't know. I don't even know when we went to bed. Let it go. When did we go? Ah, damn it! I was not having a nightmare. This horrible hotel. Why does this always happen to me? Alright, I'm gonna go down to reception. I hope they'll let me make a call. I desperately need to make contact with base and tell them my location so they can get me out of here. Can't believe I'm still in this stinking place for lunatics. Mysterious ghoul, who we know as Tim.
Ah, you must be Watractico. I see you're a bit disoriented. I've heard you want to leave now. But if I were you, I wouldn't be in such a hurry.
Hey, man. What are you on about? What are my fair share of appearances and problems in the previous chapter? I would like something a bit more relaxed. But I can see we will... I see we have not got off on the right foot.
I like your cretinous character. However, maybe, you may be useful to me. Decided! You will be the one before anything. I would like to introduce myself. In this dimension, I am known as Melbooth. You may call me Tim.
Nice to meet you, Tim. Well, okay, whatever your name is. I'm not a great fan of people who sneak into other people's rooms. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but hey, you may have what I need to call. I need...
Silence! Vegetable! Destiny calls you time after time, and you'll never be able to escape it. History repeats itself, and you are right in the middle of it. I've come to play my role, and to remind you of yours, the tambourine.
Play my role? I need to get out of here.
Silence! Finish your destiny! And remember that you will never remember that you were or what will become until you find inhabitant number 64. Which is totally me, by the way.
Oh, damn it, Tim. Make me work out here. Press the interaction button. You have seen all the tracks of this game. It's a Bible, but it's written in berry juice. I will open the door. Gross! This doorknob is covered in green boogies! I see floor donuts aren't allowed. Closed. And the sign reads attic. That is where they keep the vampire. Where? Closed, with weird sounds in the background. You know what? Against all odds, this door can be opened. Is this a bug? No, don't make this weird. No. Well, someone apparently enjoyed spying on his guests in this hotel, which I discovered by spying on guests in this hotel. What? This is unbelievable! Mate, by this point, I'd be so far down the nothing can surprise me. Alright, now we're on the ground floor. Let's go talk to reception. Oh, we found a key. Let's go try it out on some of the other doors. Although there's only really the attic left. Perios, no! Oh, Frogger's back!
Hello again, Watrachio. I see you're still around here. You know, I think I should tell you something. I may not have been completely sincere in the last episode. The code to access the minigame was not the one I gave you. It's the following. In the main menu, click the button upwards 50 times. It will unlock automatically. You're welcome.
Yo, do we want to go check that out? I'm gonna talk to this person first, but like... Good morning, or evening, I'm not even sure what time it is, to be honest. Friends, just one question, could you let me use your telephone? Just make a call. Nancy LaPunk's like, telephone? I'm terribly sorry, but sadly we stopped using this since the day we were attacked by those beings which used telephone lines as a mean of transport. Of course. That aside, I'm afraid I must ask you to pay the exact amount of money for staying here for one night. I'm afraid I cannot let you leave until you do. Why did I think that might happen? So, I have no wallet. Let's see how I can pay them. Alright. But if we go to... So, because I think you're right. I think they're expecting us to do this. So let's exit. Are you sure? So it's 50 times, alright. Alright, brace yourselves, friends. Let the great frogging commence! Swap arms. Fuck yeah! Wait, you got paid before me? Piss! Did we make it? Or are we getting the run around here? It was 50 times, right? That's gotta have been 50. Yeah, I think he fecked with us. Unless it's here. Yeah, I think we just got played. Little bastard. What? 2020 rules!
Need to look outside.
Sorry, friends. What is going on?
Snowing.
What? Why is it snowing? Alright, which of you fuckers is messing with the weather system? I want names. Which of you... Why is it snowing? What? Why? Why is it snowing? Who did this? I want names. I think it might be a system problem. Friends, I don't know what to say. Yeah. Averick's like, it turns out the pushing up 50 times unlocks... Wait, hang on. Hang on, blah, 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 blah. What's with the countdown clock? That's new. Did we unlock, like, speedrun mode or something? Okay, so yeah, Averick was saying that, because we were trying to unlock a cheat code in the game, we had to push 50 up, we had to push up 50 times. So apparently that unlocked the, also, is that a huge, gigantic moose in the background? I don't think we got anything from here. We just... I'm just retracing our steps in case we need to. Why do we have a 21-hour timer? What's an aluminum falcon? Alright, so let's go talk to this little bastard. Because now he's going to be like, oh yeah, you've now got 20 hours to complete the game, otherwise it kills you or something. See around here, see the code. You're welcome. Because I didn't change anything in the options. 21-hour stream, let's go! More Len, no! Alright. Alright, so there's the key. So, I say we head up to the attic, and then, I don't know, steal expensive stuff up there. Wait, let's just get here. Close with weird sounds. Yeah, it's the kaiju-sized crow in the background that's very unsettling. Alright, so here we go. Alright, the key works! Now, fortuitous. Suppose you left me expensive shit on the ground. What's this? Oh, wow, what a nice camera. We're gonna blackmail an expensive crow. I feel like we're about to do that. Also, friends, have you noticed the orange goo around the bed? But seriously, what is up with this fucking timer? Might just record something interesting on this camera. Oh, the crow dude's got a weapon. Mayor Fowler? Hey, okay, listen to me, you lettuce-headed peasant. I don't know! The game's being weird. Seattle's being weird. They're getting snowed in.
Snowed on and there's lightning now.
What?
Did you not give it thundercrack?
You haven't seen how weird this game is, alright? I just assumed that was where it's coming from. Brooke's gonna go get some sleep. Good luck. Mayor Fowler. I guess it does explain why rivers are like, oh no. Alright. My reputation thing back. If you haven't mentioned this to anyone, relax, friend. Secret safe with me. However, it could come handy for some extra money to keep my mouth shut. Are you blackmailing me? I'm the only one who blackmails around here. Well, you're the lucky one. You caught me without my wallet. Get out of here before I regret this. I will remember your face. Wow, old man. Thanks, my friend. Your secret is in good hands. She just gave us $50. Okay. $50 for taking creepy photos of a crow. Alright. No one gives me $50 for crow photos. Or crotos, as I like to call them. Thank you. Come back wherever you want. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Timer's still going. Wow. From inside it looked like it was raining a lot. How strange. Anyway, should we get going? Alright, Act 11. Flamingo's Creek. Alright, friends, just in case we never finish this, I need to know what this time is about. I'm sorry, I need to find out. I need to find out. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna go loopy. Morlands, don't spoil yourself. Ah, fine, I won't look. Why is it 20 hours? It's not like 24 like a day challenge. Why is... When we consider we finished the first chapter in like, what? a little bit of time? I'm very confused. Oh, heck. The Popo's here. Aperio says uncapped subathon until timer runs out. Yo. Everyone has already blown the doors off for long ship day. I wouldn't want to do something like that. Considering how much everybody puts in. Plus, I keep thinking about that, like if the goal is to keep your little, what was it that Alex said? Streamer gotchi. If your goal is to keep my dumb ass alive, then subs are definitely not the go-to maneuver. Sorry, there was a whole thing recently about how Twitch was trying to do like a big a big subs push for some of the larger streamer individuals. And it was like, if they got like 2,500 concurrent subs, Twitch would send them a beanie. I'm starving today. I might have to go make myself another Sarnie. Ami Masashi, the answer is a lot. And apparently Sheriff Random has let us know that Daphne's gone missing, and we're the main suspect, we're the last person to see him. Wait, Daphne's gone missing? It's hailing in Seattle. I am all over the place right now because the game is weird, the weather is weird. At least the games industry is nice and calm for a change. Okay, to our understanding, you were the last one to see her, so why don't you take me? Alright. Okay. Taco said, right, I remember she entered the house, and I'm sure of it. I saw it with my own eyes, so it must have been at night time. We rescued her. Okay, even though this is highly suspicious, we have to admit, we need your help. Help us with our investigation to get the young Daphne back. Everything points to the work of a lunatic, and we don't have much time. We have to act now. Leave it to me! I'll bring this girl back in the blink of an eye. Thanks. I knew I could count on your help, despite the fact that I've hated you since you showed up. Here, take this map of the town. And a new inventory, so we can save more than one object at the same time. Use the west button or the I button to open the inventory and select to view the map. Oh, cool. So, there's I for inventory. Tab for map, except for I don't know where we are. I've actually got to like lean back to work this out. I guess we're top left, right? Oh, feckin' hell, Vanderbeest, yeah. The character is a lunatic because he's a moon monster. Ah, Polly Fernandez. Hi, I'm Polly, the sheriff's deputy. We didn't meet in the previous episode. I've been told that you had a bad time trying to get the spade in the woods. That 3D mode was never my favourite. Polly, I need you to not tap on my fourth wall like that. I'm already not okay. I need to be less not okay. Babe. Oh. This guy seems to be smarter than some. He dressed like the sheriff's deputy. Strange. Huh. Come on, Bobby. What an unpleasant dog. Sort of thing. Maybe there's a way to shut him up. Hush now. So we have a new inventory. Oh, sorry, jumping back. Immortal Len was just pointing out that maybe something unlocks after the timer. So it's not like we're doing a race to it. Maybe something happens. Because One Shot did have a really high timer in a door, yes. Although I think the high timer was a global timer. That was for the solstice, or it was either solstice or Solaris ending. At some point, friends, we are going to need to do another run-through of One Shot, because it's one of those games that's very core to my personal DNA. Like, it does all of the things that I love video gamery-wise. Okay. Nope. Osterline says, that's a neat idea. Not gonna lie, we'll find out. Eventually. Yeah, I'll see you all in 20 hours. Woohoo! Friends, completely unrelated to anything else, but as a good news, for those of you that play Destiny 2, I can officially confirm that the giant robot armor won this year's Halloween contest. So if you want to dress up your Guardian like a mech, you will be able to do thusly. I'm very happy about that. Excuse me. Okay, I'm back. Immortal Len says the real question is, will the timer tick down when the game is closed, or do you have to keep the game open for 21 hours? I guess that's the question. Like, if someone wants to throw themselves on the spoiler grenade to find out, I'm happy to receive direction in that regard. Wolfgrad said they did a look up. Not sure about the timer, but supposedly there's a button to switch between day and night. Okay. Alright, Dowie the post person. However, to do so I have to get past these chickens. And I'm scared of chickens. If only someone could help me. Alright, leave it to me, buddy. See, chickens are fine. What the fuck? Apparently a P key. No, nothing so far, Wolfgrad, but maybe it's something for later? Okay, apparently going to this house led us to this person's pirate ship. Captain Scallywag, greetings, you freshwater cabin boy. Welcome to the boathouse of Captain Barpalpaluger. It's not a very good name. What's yours? I'm, headquarters really cool. Draco, FBI, mission. Go and kidnap. Jesus Christ! Weird things go on in this town. I'm sorry, but I don't have any information. However, did you know I dream of the future? I might start using that in conversation to get people to stop talking. Do you know I dream of the future? Although it could backfire horribly now I think about it. Oh shit! Immortal Len, yeah. It's Link's Awakening in the background. Check it out. It's the giant egg inside the volcano. Every single one of them mentions Inhabitant 64. Who is he? Okay, that's what I'd like to know. Okay, if you hear anything, like, please report back to me, Captain. Give me, I'm about to say, just give me the feckin' mail. I'll deliver it for you. Introducing creepy man in a coat, busted down house. Bernardina says, "Hi. Don't say a word and don't interrupt. If you want, you can take a book. That'll be 5 creep tales for a day. The latest is Attack of the Headless Nuns by Stephen Kong." Robin says they're trying to figure out how to make very dark scenes in UE5. Okay. Oh, secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Interesting. This looks like a job for Hadouken. Oh, fuck you. I feel like there's something more to this that I'm missing. You know what I mean? Because we can't move straight away. We have to wait for the doors to fully open, and then by the time we get going, like, they move at literally the same speed. Ah, feck you guys. I'm assuming there's some kind of speed unlock we're going to get later. Alright, let's go talk to the guy tweaking out near the mushrooms in the park. This seems fine. Lester Pester. Stop! Who are you? Okay, easy friends. Trucky. And what the hell are you doing? Get out of here! Puking sound. Whew. Just... Also, I don't know if you've noticed all the haunting visages that are, like, drifting up from these dark recesses. Can't let you in or out at the moment. Go for a walk. Walk to where? Alright, so we can't go that way. Come out through the park, maybe? Oh, it's those feckin' beavers again.
Did you know there is a big mountain guarded by a kilometre-long mutant checkered cockroach where the fireproof worms grow?
No more drugs for you, mate. No more drugs for you. You're cut off. So far. God, this is giving me like a distilled, Deadly Premonitions kind of vibe. Like, our character is playing this very po-faced, but everything else about it is surreal and weird and strange. God, there's another one on the list we have to do at some point. What is this kilometer you speak of? Minda's like, well, Agent Waffles, tell me, are you on the abduction case? Maybe I could interview you? Okay, how is it possible? How did you find out? Let's say I have my sources. By the way, I don't have any information. Let's say the mayor's dog loves sardines. I don't know what that can mean. Oh, as in the dog guarding the house loves sardines. Okay. So Arsteline says, just googled it. I may have found out what the timer might be. Not definitive though. Okay, so there's these two hanging out at the comic store. Okie dokie. God, this game is weird. Alright, so these are the two we set on fire last night. Melvin. It's you! I'm sorry about yesterday. It's just, I don't understand. If Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3, has the nickname Super Mario Land 3, why is he not included in the original saga? I don't understand. You know what? That's an interesting question. I like The Prince of Bel-Air, but I enjoyed the book a lot more. Wait, what? That's probably from the Prince of Bel-Air Cinematic Universe. You're right, Wolfgrad. I promised you weird. We got weird. Can we talk to the best police officer in the biz? Or can you give me one of those sardines? Because over my dead body. Get away from my sardine tree. They are only for me. Nobody else, bigot. Oh shit! Fight time! Cannot reach the monkey. Alright, let's try... No! Object. You don't have an object with you. Your new inventory might. Okay, so we need to find an item we can use to break this guy's face. Everything weird is all happening at once, in and out of game, and I do not know how to handle this. Orders from the sheriff. I can't let you in and out of there at the moment. Well, I can't tell you. Sorry. Of course, the multi-eyed spider lass is the... Well, spider person, I should say, is the most... Orders from the sheriff. Can't let you... Alright, well, it's fine. Alright. So we need a way to... We need an object to get that guy off his bloody perch. We can't get into that house. So let's try some of the others. Right, this one. Very odd. Yeah, no, the bleep bloops are lovely in Mortal End. Like... Okay, Wolfgrad says that while they want to see where this game is going, they are too tired. So good night. Enjoy the weirdness all. Hey, thank you for sticking with through this frankly bizarre cacophony of who knows what. I have no idea where this game is going or what it's going to be trying to do, but no one can say it's boring. And it's interesting that kind of, as it's opened up, it's getting us to, like, explore and detective a lot more. Alright, so we need something to help us get the sardines. The sardines will help us bribe the dog. Oh, I think we need to... Oh, okay, I think I know how we have to help this kangaroo. Oh, no? Guess not. This is turning into a right beard scratcher. I guess we need to check Nimrod's. There seems to be a fucking corpse outside. Robin saying it's too bad they made you give up the gun for the golden flamingo. I mean, I have avocado cigarettes that fire out an exploding shotgun-like missile. My only interaction method is... interaction methods are detect and cast fireball. What are you doing wandering around the town? Hey, you two, get on my nerves. What do you know about this abduction? Come on, get out of here. Well, the FBI are asking us for help again. I'm running out of patience. Oh, I'm so scared. One day, you'll get what you deserve, you pesky pen pushers. Spitting sound. That's a good point, Ami Masashi. I haven't actually tried, like, chucking a fireball at the, Oh. Where? Colour me confused, dear friends. Colour me very confused. Alright, what do you need? Tranquilizer dart? I mean... Thanks for your purchase! So this guy walks into my store, buys a tranquilizer dart, nothing else, and walks out. Anyone else worried by that? Okay. Oh, cool! It's the gigantic kaiju-sized moose. And that blasted beaver. And was apparently some kind of strange... God, this game is not fucking around. And I realised what it is. The timer is reminding me of the feckin' Ichi zone. I wish I had more coffee. This game is banned. Okay, I can't leave now, alright. This game is batting for like the feckin' the fences and so we're here. Try going that way. There's nothing else to be gleaned from here. A lot of owls in this town. A lot of owls, a lot of undead. So now we have a tranquilizer. Maybe we can use that on Big Tranquilizer Guy. What's on our inventory? Yeah, just Tranquilizer Gun at the moment. Alright, so now let's try the Tranquilizer, see if that knocks him off his perch. You use the dart. Monkey donkey! Get fucked! I'm taking so many of his fish. I'm picking his fish tree. I'm picking his fish tree clean. Oh god, for a second I thought I decapitated him. Ha ha ha! Never insult a vampire eggplant. Wait, are we a vampire? I'm gonna steal one of his sardines. Alright, and now we have the Moon Logic Cascade, whereas we've solved one problem, which gives us the nonsense solution to another, then to another, then to another. That sardine can fly. Sure do love the bloodstains going into this place. Oh, this is fine. This feels like the chipper bleep bloop reworking of Inscription right now. What's up? Hey, have you heard about? They've kidnapped Daphne. Do you know anything about that? Hey, it sounds awful, but I've got no time for anything really. Between work and school activities, my daughter, like, can you believe it? There is a possession epidemic at school, and she's been poisoned by a demon. She's puking all around my house. I suffered from possession when I was a kid. Best remedy, lemon juice with mint. I don't think that's possession. I don't... There's got to be something in here to help. Same dialogue. Any other rooms in this house? Oh, you think the fish land in the chicken yard? Oh, which would allow the kangaroo mail person to deliver the mail because the chickens are gone. Yeah, there we go. Wow, they are super dead. Thanks, dude. At least I can deliver this letter. But you can go. They're magic underpants. They're used by pressing Alt or the East button on the remote. That allows you to run. Okay, that's a bit disgusting, but I was getting a bit tired of having to walk everywhere. Can we? Frickin' we! Now we can beat this. Okay, Wheeler Dealer. Hello, whoa-ho. How are you doing? And I'm sorry. No one's ready for this game. I'm not ready for this game. And the thing that strikes me is that I picked a very arty game to start the week off, which I really didn't gel with. And I picked this game because I thought it was going to be so weird that we'd spend a little bit of time deconstructing it. I didn't think it'd be so interesting. High-speed adventures. Da, 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 da. There we go. Alright, I seem to have found a pack of green toffee cigarettes. Now the ability to spit ice. Of course. So avocado explodes and green toffee freezes. That's just standard logic. Still sounds like a shotgun. But now, what do we need to freeze? Looks like the sheriffs have gone. I can explore the town freely. Okay. Ah, shit, it's the poor. I guess not. Ah, of course the waster lives in a feckin' broken school bus. Get to the boat, what, oh friend? And I don't know if we're necessarily avocado smashers, but by the power of avocado, we do smash. How are you doing, friend? It's feckin' weird here in Seattle. It is flitting between bright sunny skies and snowy hail. The game is weird, the day is weird, I'm feeling weird. How are you? Oh, actually, and so Wheeler Dealer and peeps that have just joined us. Let me grab the Steam page for this. Because this is actually a collection of 3 different weird, messed up indie games all bundled together. And, like, even though you may have joined us at, like, the beginning of Chapter 2, I mean, friends, I don't think there's anything we can do that would really sum up the first chapter concisely. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Get to the boat. I am all over the place, let's be honest. This game is feckin' good, and we've had some lovely conversations already today. Being a heavy text game, we haven't had as much in the way of banter since we started like rolling with this one, but it's feckin' good. Aside from that, not a lot going on. I've slowly gotten steps closer towards getting the airbrush set up. So it's unpacked. It actually came with 3 different, I don't know what you call them, hoses, nozzles, whatever they're called. We got a lot of them. So, yeah. Evenings and stuff have been a little challenging recently, but I'm getting through it. Even I did spend a large amount of time last night sitting on the kitchen floor drinking wine. But yeah, how are you, friend? How are you? Sorry. Multi-track drifty potato. Yeah, I think I'm going to need to get the other blackout curtain up as well. Because we've got the old white balance problem today because it's super bright outside in that weird kind of post-hailstorm kind of sunshine. You know what I mean? It's very strange. It's very strange. It's not like this place. Not like us at all. Get the Boat is currently comparing washing machines on the internet. Oh shit! Like, do you want us to leave you to it? Like, I understand that kind of like high octane experience, you know, the slightest distraction, and who knows. Oh yeah, also, get to the boat and those who've just joined us. We don't know what the timer is. We don't know why it's there. It wasn't when we started, then we entered a mini game, and now the game is judging me for how long I'm taking to faff the feck around. Joke's on this game, I can faff around. I can faff around like a pro. Maybe not for 20 hours, but... God. Now there's a part of me that wants to know, like, if we left this going and then came back in 20 hours, like, what would that be? I was about to joke about that, get the boat, but I'm really worried about what would happen if one was to actually Google sexy washing machines. Because you've all heard of the sexy lamp test, right? You heard of the sexy lamp test, yeah? Okay, I realise that there may be a slight delay today, so the sexy lamp test is a narrative checker. So the TLDR is that whenever writing femme-presenting characters, if they could be replaced by a sexy lamp, then you're a hack and you need to rewrite it. Rather simple test, if you will. Do with that information what you will. Sorry, the sexy lamp test came into my vocab around about the time people started talking about the Bechdel test, which isn't a definitive test for, like, cinema or characters or the ilk. It was definitely made as like a... It was an offhand joke in a webcomic that kind of hit true, but is by no means a definitive test. And so the sexy lamp test is kind of like the upgraded version of that. Like, sometimes you watch a film and a femme-presenting character is introduced, and it would have no impact on the story in any way, shape, or form if you swapped out that whole character with a lamp with a bra hanging off it, you know what I mean? Okay, Immortal End, did you just wake up and choose chaos today? Immortal End says that nothing weird comes up when you Google sexy washing machine. No, I'm not clicking that. I'm not clicking that. You can't make me. I'm not clicking that. You can't make me. Okay, okay. Sorry about that, friends. Oh. Hang on, bear with me a second. Bear with me a second, dear friends. I'm not even gonna mute the mic. So just give me 2 seconds. Okay. I thought there was leftover coffee. There isn't, so I'm slugging some water. So, I'm gonna pop out of this for a sec. Because I think... this should be on autosaves. And just have a natter with your good selves. Apologies there. I was going right out into space, which is definitely not ideal. And the explore and puzzle element of it honestly felt a little bit daunting, I won't lie. This game is fecking great, and I want to spend some more time with it. So, like, I think we can have a discussion about this on the Discord, but I'd be curious to see whether or not you'll want to continue with this particular title. Don't worry, I'm not bringing the stream to a close. I think I just need like a hydrate natter break. Wheeler Dealer, if you are still lurking and irking, how are you doing, friend? How goes it? Also, Wheeler Dealer, thank you for being a Valorant player. I can't get into Valorant. My reaction speeds are shot. I am old. My Jin has destroyed my abilities, but I get to live vicariously through yourself, and that makes me very happy. Watching you shred an entire team the other evening was very entertaining. Immortal Len just saying, I choose chaos every waking second. And some smooth jams as well. Yeah, spot the old Hail Hydrate. Friends, I'm doing good. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the Twitch payout comes the next day and chain. Then I feel like I'm kind of back on my feet a little. It's not like I'm going to be buying diamond encrusted Scotch eggs or anything like that. But yeah. Get the Boat says they just got into Valorant. They're okay, but have real trouble with the contact times. What do you mean by contact times? Getting used to the map. No, that's understandable. I do think that it adds a little bit more spice to the standard CSGO format, and it's really fun to watch. Or at least I've been really enjoying watching it. It's not one that I could be entertaining to watch, if that makes sense. Mortal Lens says no. My diamond-encrusted Gundams. God, maybe I should have bought some of those costume jewels, the little plastic reflecty ones. Maybe we can spice up some of these. Okay, get to the boat. Sorry, I understand what you mean. Oh, excuse me. And Immortal Len, on the flip side, I am a person with too many Gandams. I'm slowly getting reset up in here, but friends, there are so many.
Is this enough for a diamond-encrusted Scotch egg?
Get to the boat. Feckin' thank you, friend. You didn't have to do that. It is not enough for a diamond-encrusted Scotch egg, but it is $10 to keep us going, and that's a proper chunk of change. So, sincerely, thank you. All right. And in being perfectly honest, friends, I live very cheaply. I kind of been kicking my own ass because I started doing sensible grown-up things at the beginning of this year, like getting health insurance and dental and stuff like that. You know, the things that people should be doing as they move forward, and then our finances absolutely ate shit over the last 4 months. And now I'm just counting pennies over here. Sorry, I didn't mean that as I wasn't fishing. I don't mean that as a guilt trip. I am very grateful. Thank you. That's what I should say. Oh. Yeah, that's a good point. When does the battle operation test start? Oh, battle operations test starts now. Wait. Oh, PDTs, Thursday, starts so 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Second half, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. And then intermittent tests throughout the weekend. Okay. That's kind of cool. Oh, also, if you want to try it out, there's no limit to the number of participants. So, yo, if any of you want to try some more Gundam-flavored nonsense tonight, as of about right now, the Gundam Battle Operation 2 Steam test has gone live. So, give it a go. It's not the greatest game you have ever played, but the space battles are fucking cool, and the thing it has that a lot of the others don't is weight and heft. So, yeah, if you want to get a fancy giant robot and go punch someone in the gob, this is the way to do it. Although I don't think they've got the Nightingale in this, because I might be one of the few people who actually really likes the Nightingale's design. Oh, pretty soon, I have my Gundam station here, everything's set up. Just need to get the rest of the fucking blackout curtains up. Because as you can see now, it does not like it when I have all the backing lighting on. Or I need to get monstrously powerful lights in here, which seems like a very big hassle, not gonna lie. Oh. God, yeah. Hey!
The answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe and everything.
It's 42. Sean, thank you for 42 months, mate, and all that you've thrown in, and the fact that you choose to spend time in my weird little corner of the internet. How are you doing, friend? I am, how would people say, fishtailing a little bit at the moment. So we've taken a break from the gloriously weird game that we're playing today, and I'm just having a bit of water, having a bit of a natter. I'm trying to get people to try out this Gundam Mowgli game. Sorry, I shouldn't say Gundam Mowgli game. Free-to-play Gundam title that's dropping today. Not the Gundam Overwatch one, but the one that was on the PS4. Yeah, Sean, I hope things are going well with you, friend. Oh, actually, friends, if you've got a second, one thing I would like your help with, if that's okay. Oh, Sean's saying things are busy. Oh no. Dear friend, I will assume it's nothing I can help with, but if it ever is, please let me know. Nope, that's Gundam Battle Operation again. Stop it. What I was going to share with you all, friends, is this Damien Crawford's Golf Experience, a text-adventure golfing game made by a person that doesn't like golf. Also, Hunter did the trailer. It's so funny. Please, 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 throw that on your wish list. Give it a like. Anything to help boost it, because it was originally made as an April Fool's Day joke that's basically just spun out of control. And it's fucking great. I was actually saying, what, the golf? No, the other golf game. And not, it's a cursed golf game, but it's not Cursed Golf, which is a different game. Which has been getting loads of good coverage, which makes me real happy. Is it Cursed Golf or Cursed to Golf? So Cursed to Golf. That's the other one. Okay. Ami Masashi was saying that game is a gem. Well, we were talking about this the other day on comedy games. Because the thing is, What the Golf is very funny for a couple of hours. And that game goes very hard. I'm trying to think how to phrase it without it sounding bad. There's a thing with comedy games where it's very hard to match content to the humor. We talked about this a lot when we were playing Unmetal, and how like, gameplay that complements humor is very difficult, because quite often the gameplay can have more complexity in it than the joke can have legs, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, it's actually, the car course was feckin' hilarious. But then there was more than a few times with What the Golf where I felt like I was just going through the puzzle motions, and when the humor was gone, I don't know, there was a part of me that was just hoping that it would end. Immortal Lens says that insult sword fighting is a good marriage of the two. Yes. A whole game of insult sword fighting would be very difficult to present, you know what I mean? You'd need some exceptional writing, and you'd need... trying to find a way to balance the humor with the mechanics is easier said than done. Comedy games are feckin' hard to make, friends. Making a good game and adding some humor, that's grand. But like, mimetic or comedy titles are difficult. Like, here's a point, like, when was the last time you played Goat Simulator? That's a very good example of kind of a mimetic humor that has a surprisingly short shelf life, you know? I don't know. This sounds like I'm being really negative about What the Golf and other things. I mean, I think... I'm not a comedian. I'm occasionally funny. Funny looking, funny sounding, funny by accident. But I'm not an individual that understands the craft of comedy, and I'm certainly not able to write things that are funny. Being a funny writer is an exceptional skill. And then combining that with being able to create a good game, like, holy crap, the amount of, like, skills upon skills you're talking about stacking. Like, Portal still gets referenced when these kind of discussions come up, and for good reason. Because it was a cracking puzzle game, it was fresh and original, and it had incredibly funny dialogue on top of it. You know? If you turn the sound off and play Portal, it's still a phenomenal game. You know what I mean? With some humor games, with some games that are based around a humorous premise, it's difficult. Like, that whole thing of, like, if you turned off all the audio, would you... Oh, man, why am I losing frames now? I'm not even doing anything! Oh. Immortal Lens says, so at a design level, what makes Monkey Island and Grim Fandango infinitely replayable to laugh at and others aren't? I would say it's exceptional writing and a visual style along with some well-tread mechanics that allow it to focus on the humor. You know, you're not having to learn a brand new style of playing games at the same time as being exposed to very pithy, very snappy banter. And in both cases, like, Monkey Island, the cartoony, like, classic LucasArts style very lends itself... Oh, sorry, I should say in proper English. It lends itself very well to that kind of humor. Grim Fandango sets you... It sets your expectations via art style very early on. In that blend of Casablanca and... God darn it. The Day of the Dead. No, it's dropped out of my head. I'm sorry, friends. I am not batting for 100 today. I think you all know the celebration that I'm thinking of. Is it Cinco de Mayo? I mean, and even if it is, I probably just mispronounced it horribly, so I'm so sorry. But that kind of... Okay, thank you, Bacon. But when you look at the art style of Grim Fandango, it definitely... Wait. You know what, Friendos, I'm going to put us to just chatting again, because I don't think I've got enough in the tank to keep the game going. But this, I really am enjoying Baobabs Mausoleum, I should say, and if we want to keep going with it, we absolutely can. So it is Day of the Dead. Okay. But the art style being evocative of, like, you know, of, like, the silver screen classics combined with this, you know, Day of the Dead style skeletal designs, it kind of makes you tilt your head and go, huh? And it allows it to state its own purpose creatively. Does that make a weird sense? Because with Grim Fandango, you couldn't point to another game and go, oh, that looks like this. It was one of those titles that made you go, where? Like, you had to come to understand it. Someone once said that was one of the things that worked against Giant Citizen Kabuto, was that the art style was every other sci-fi game in existence, but yet the title itself was drastically different than what anyone else had tried. Citizen Kabuto was a disaster, but I'm so glad that it happened, because they gave it their absolute feckin' all, you know, friends? No, Ami Masashi, I'm terribly sorry. I must be completely brain dead today because that pun has gone way over my head. But puns are great for video games, by the way, because there's less reliance on timing, either from like delivery of visuals or from delivery of like dialogue. Crux was saying they loved Grim Fandango, it was such a good game, and they were sad when they completed it because it meant the story was over. Yeah, it was one of those worlds that felt so well fleshed out while being so interesting. Salem says Giant Citizen. That's not Kabuto, is it? It's Kabluto? Kabluto? I don't want us to hate each other. That game is not balanced. I don't know, maybe we should dust it off. I haven't seen what state the Steam port is. God. Well, the Steam reviews say it's very positive, so it might be a stable port. Sin says it's their copy from GOG. Okay. God, good old Interplay. Sorry, if you're unaware of the game I'm talking about, Stalen's got the title spot on. It was a fascinating concept of trying to do like an asymmetrical kind of action title with 3 different perspectives. Like, you had the sea creatures, you had the kind of like the alien space marines, and then this great big monstrous kaiju. And each one had a different style of play, a different control scheme. And it was a fascinating concept. It got talked up in magazines in the ilk something fierce. It did, however, end up coming out way, way, way too late. And the initial launch copy, at least by my understanding, was quite unstable. But the thing that shined through on it was the creativity of it. That was the thing that caught everybody. That was the thing that inspired a lot of people. Because I think it's, if you play as the Sea People, it's a traditional RTS, but you have like a main character. If you play as the Mercenaries, it's like a little squad control thing. And then you get to play as the Giant. Like a big old kaiju snacking down on all these variant bad words. But it was just one of those really bizarre and fresh games. In a weird way, it kind of felt like a follow-on from MDK. You know, in something that was just so different from anything else anyone was putting out. It's hard to get stuff that interesting at that scale now. I had high hopes for Biomutant, but I don't know how that landed. I know it launched the Steam version of Biomutant was not super well received. And I've contemplated like getting stuck into it and actually like unfurling it. Salem was saying that Giants, Sacrifice, and Messiah was a whole era for me. Feckin' Messiah! Holy crud. I remember getting that mixed up with a whole bunch of games. Oh, my life. Sorry, friends. The game that Salem's referencing, Messiah, you play, I believe, a tiny angel given the power of possession. So in a 3D action title, you kind of body swap to body swap in a myriad of characters in this weird kind of cyber future environment. God, it was gloriously weird. I'm just, friends, I don't know if the Steam port is any good, but if you have a look at it, the Steam page has the OG trailer, which does look like it was made in Microsoft Movie Maker. Yeah, and then Sacrifice as well. I guess Interplay just had that feckin' style. God, yeah. Not to say they don't make it like that anymore, but it kind of feels that way, you know? Okay, MDK and MDK2 got dropped on Steam. I haven't gone back to have a look. Apparently MDK2 HD is not well received. While I don't usually put all of my stock in Steam reviews, when it comes to remastered, it's usually worth having a look at them because the users who care are the ones who will be reviewing it. But yeah. You know what? It was just Interplay and Shiny moving into that 3D age. I guess they made enough money off of Earthworm Jim, and then Earthworm Jim 3D tanked, that they had to just kind of focus on their other creative endeavors. Good times, good times. I mean, shit, MDK is worth it alone for in a world of incredibly boring, you know, brown-haired third-person protagonists. They made a character in a skin suit who had a sniper rifle built into their helm. God, it was fucking cool. You know what? Feck it. Let's just talk about some old games for a bit. Some people mentioned one called Chaos Legion, which I don't think has got a... Yeah, Chaos Legion's not gotten a Steam release. Chaos Legion was a third-party attempt to jump into the Devil May Cry space. And it was fucking cool. It lacked the pith and the tongue-in-cheekness of Devil May Cry, but it had a combo system and a gameplay mechanics based around summons, and the way in which you'd find fragments to bring it together to get your summons was so good. Ami Masashi says, speaking of any possession, any plans for Midnight Ghost Hunt? Honestly, it's just kind of like Dread Hunger. It's just a case of money and time. I think that Midnight Ghost Hunt is feckin' smart, and I really, really want to give it a crack. But the problem is, you need to be able to play a private game of that. Like, so we'd need like what? 4 people plus 2 ghosts. That's 6 people, 6 copies of the game, and like that's. God, yeah, that's $120 plus people's time. Oh no, it's 4v4. It's 4v4, so it's $180. So yeah, that's the only thing stopping that one. Plus, considering the way these like prop hunt games and things like that work, if you're playing it for the first time, you want to be playing it with a bunch of people who are also playing it for the first time. I talked a lot about this when Phasmophobia was getting very popular. That Phasmophobia is a great game of exploration, and it is terrifying and weird and scary and nonsense. But once you understand the mechanics of that game, the fear's kind of gone. You know how long certain ghosts will hunt for. You know how to proc them and how to mess with them. And the thing is, once users know that, it becomes a very different experience. And if you combine users who've played it a lot with users who haven't, you remove the early experience of fear, if that makes sense.
Cannonball.
Yay! Biggs, how are you doing this afternoon? Watto and welcome. Camsteph, did I say hello? I hope I did. Well, Watto and welcome to you both. House Valkyrie represent, House Chaos represent. And Camsteph, I have stopped playing, but just because I was getting a bit fishtaily, the game today was feckin' funny. Well, okay, Unmetal was funny. Today's game was proper indie weirdness. We played through part 1 of the title in question, or I should say episode 1. We started episode 2, but had more of like an open town, like explorer detective kind of vibe for it. And I was digging it, but I was also not talking with you lot, so now I'm just using Salen's references as a feckin' excuse to talk about classic games. Well, and then Ami Masashi brought up Midnight Ghost Hunt. It's worth saying, if you haven't seen it, Midnight Ghost Hunt was one of the ones we saw at the PC gaming show that was genuinely interesting. It's 4v4 prop hunt, but it has a lovely little twist. There is a limited amount of time for the Ghostbusters to catch the ghosts. If they do not catch the ghost within X amount of time, once the clock strikes midnight, then the ghosts can hunt the remaining Ghostbusters. So it's got this kind of gamble to it. Get in, bust the ghosts. And if you can't bust the ghosts, get out. And I think that adds something special to Prop Hunt. Immortal Enver says that mixing new and old players is a phenomenon that put them off the Pandemic board game, because one or two people end up telling the newbies what to do, and the newbies don't actually play. Yes, there's a name for this in board gaming circles that someone would be able to tell me, but it's where a co-op game actually becomes...
Wait, 204 is far too divisible. Let's go with pie. I love pie, especially apple. Apple pie.
Biggs, thank you for, in total, 518 bits. You glorious numpty. Thank you. So Zeke says they saw a bit of that somewhere. Guy possessed a T-Rex skull and the hunters couldn't find him. That's cool. Because the hunters had things like, PKE meters and ghost detection stuff. Plus they have different, like, ghost busting equipment. But then the ghosts also have things like they can drop traps, and certain things that they possess also have, like, a secondary function. So it's like, the more obvious a thing that you grab, the more obvious a thing that you possess, the more likely you are to get found. I think that's I think that's really fascinating. Now, the one I really want to play with a group of people who have not touched it at all is Dread Hunger. Like, that's what I'm really looking forward to. And for those of you who don't know, Dread Hunger is made by the same team that made Depth. Fun fact. But yeah, so Zeke, Biggs, we were initially talking about some classic games. Sadlin had, I brought up Giants, Citizen, I've got to not say Kabuto. Kabuto? God darn it, now I'm double guessing myself. It sucks. Anyway, we were bringing up a bunch of games from like Interplay's like Golden Age, including like Messiah, MDK, Sacrilege? Sacrifice. Sacrilege was a different one. So, yeah. Zeke says they have those on CD somewhere. Never really got a chance to play them. Yo, a bunch of them are on Steam. Not all. And I was dropping people the link to Messiah because mechanically it's a very interesting title. I don't know if it's necessarily for everybody, but there's I'm trying to think how to phrase it. There's lessons to be learned from that one. But what I will say, The Steam page still has the OG trailer on that looks like it was made in Windows Movie Maker, and it's peak like early 2000s edgy cool. And Biggs, it's no worry, friend, it's no worry. I mean, I've not discounted battle bands from the Grand Master list, but oh boy, the list gets longer than I have days in a week. Zeke's been talking about LucasArts desktop adventures recently. Windows 3.1 game that they based their Ludum Dare entry on. Oh, which one? Because I'm always down for talking about like golden age of LucasArts. I think that's why we need to appreciate studios when they're having those golden ages, because they are rare. You know, there was a time when like BioWare couldn't put a foot wrong. There was that point where LucasArts were just putting out banger after banger after banger. Fred, it could be quarterbacking? Oh, sorry. Welcome to Multi-Track Drifted Potato with me, Will, screeching round the corner and starting 3 conversation topics at once and finishing none of them. Yeah, so the thing that Immortal Len was talking about is Fred was saying that the term is quarterbacking, and by my understanding, it's in cooperative board games where one experienced player ends up basically just telling everyone what to do. And so their kind of agency's just gone. By my understanding, it's why a lot of games started including betrayal mechanics, is to stop quarterbacking. And it seems that betrayal games, or games that have an element of betrayal, seem to do very well fiscally in it. I think it's one of those things that people enjoy intellectually. But oh, okay, so the thing that Zeke was talking about was Indiana Jones and his desktop adventures and Star Wars Yoda Stories. Yes! They actually did an OG Game Boy version of Yoda Stories that I could never complete because of its weird item logic, but I just, for some reason, Zeke, I was just obsessed with both of those, especially Yoda Stories. Okay, so Salen says originally the term was alpha player, but it looks like quarterbacking is a more recent term. Salen also adds they don't think anyone's solved it mechanically in a way that feels satisfying. Okay. Fred was adding that the XCOM board game has an interesting solution, though the game itself isn't great overall. Turns are timed, and each player has to make all the decisions for one department of XCOM. Okay. Salen adding that time pressure is the most elegant solution, but it does add stress to a game for a lot of people don't like. That's a good point. I try to be less, you know, immediately reactive when I'm told games have time limits. Like sometimes I'm very much like the kid that said the kid that doesn't like peas. You know, I don't like peas. Have you tried peas? No, I don't like them. I don't like timers in games. Well, have you tried it? No. Get to the boat. I did not see that Victoria 3 had leaked. Is this like a leftover? They get hacked? Sailor was saying that hidden information is very common, but it does mean policing your communication in a way that's not fun for many folks. That's true. And Neo Shadow, what, ho friend? And Zayden adding that trader mechanics are another solution, but then you're playing a semi-co-op game. No, that's understandable. And see, the thing is, because in a lot of video games you have direct action, video games have different problems. You can still kind of get the alpha player, you know, the person who's played the most, and can end up pressuring other players into playing in what they feel is the correct way. But you still have agency because you're still controlling your character. You can still run around and shoot what you want. You know, those choices are still yours. But video games have other challenges, which usually comes from, you know, toxicity and rage. But, oh, Neo Shadow, did I say hi? I'm kind of a bit fishtail at the moment, so if I didn't say hi, hello, and if I did, well, cool, we've got 2 intros. But yeah, when it comes to cooperative games, trying to find an even keel in both like skill and experience, or finding games, video games, I should say, that allow for people to kind of come in at the same level. Like, here's an interesting one. So GTFO. GTFO slaps. And when you are playing with one person that really understands the game, teaching the rest, there's still an area of failure or success based on everyone's actions, and you really can feel like you're part of it. We played with Zelki originally, and Zelki was basically like our Sherpa on it. Now, props to them. They didn't spoil things that would happen late game, or the kinds of monsters that might appear and things like that. They just worked with us going through it. But it was a game where an experienced player could take unexperienced players through it. To an extent, Tarkov's definitely got that, although, again, the win-loss ratio is so much based on other people. But then you get titles with character leveling, or with, you know, mechanics based around thematics. And I think that's where things like Phasmophobia can be difficult to experience. A betrayal game like Dread Hunger, feckin' brilliant. But early on, as people find and discover the mechanics and try and use them on each other, it's very entertaining. But later on, I mean, I don't know it because I haven't researched it, but maybe certain mechanics are very obvious tells that no one does because of that reason. If you are playing with a group of experienced people, the only thing you'd get is wiped out early on, and you'd never get to experience that learning curve, do you know what I mean? Okay. Sorry, just jumping back into chat. Fred says, great co-op game that uses timers and incomplete information together as a light-hearted game. So the screw-ups feel like part of the experience. That's cool. Sadlin says that they had a conversation with Dave Serlin? That's the dude who did the incredible fighting game blog, if I remember correctly. Anyway, Serlin goes on to say that they ultimately ended up where we started. The best solution is agreement among players for how to approach decision-making as a team to make sure everyone gets to pick while emphasizing that victory isn't the goal. True. Mortal Lens says the best timer games are the ones where they build the entire game around the world, like Majora's Mask and Pathologic. Pathologic could have done a very different timing system, but that's another conversation. Pathologic could have gone for something not too dissimilar from like Way of the Samurais, like section by section, where you have time to make the choices, but those choices still have weight. And Majora's Mask is a looping title, so while there is a time limit, you get to start again. I mean, not too dissimilar from Deathloop. And Sailor was adding that their favourite co-op board game remains Ghost Stories because it's brutally difficult, so it's hard to feel like an I messed up so the team failed. Even when you lose, it genuinely creates an interesting story together. Yes! Making failure a fun state is a feckin' win and a half. Fred says that co-op sandboxes do quite well like that What's It Viking game. Yes! But that's definitely another one where you have to agree ahead of time to play it together in a certain manner. Because one of both the advantages and disadvantages of Valheim is that your character can carry between servers. Your character is yours, so you can level it up and become a beefcake and then jump in to help somebody, which is cool. But if you bring in, like, what do we call our Viking? It was like Thud Man-Witch or whatever it was. If you bring in the Man-Witch and you're level beef and the other person is like, barely a lettuce. Why do I keep using sandwich analogies? I have eaten today. Am I still hungry? Sorry. But yeah, using these analogies. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Man-witch thigh slapper, that was it. Thank you, Clank. So that can throw things off a little. Fred says, I also hear a distinct carnivore bias in your sandwich metaphors. Hey, a good non-meat sarnie? I mean, it's one of the reasons why I love being out in the States, is the US appreciates that bread isn't just the vehicle for a sandwich, it's part of the experience. And that is very important, friends. It's very important. Sorry, I don't mean to turn it onto Sarnie stuff. Okay, yeah, so, yeah, Dave Serlin was the person who did the rebalancing for Super Street Fighter 2, Turbo, Puzzle Fire, all of those ones. His game is Fantasy Strike, that's it. Fantasy Strike, Puzzle Strike, Yomi, Codex I don't know. Yomi was kind of the famous one. Yomi and Fantasy Strike. If you haven't heard of Dave Serlin, he was doing incredible in-depth breakdowns of like design mechanics of fighting games, like years ahead of everyone else. So friendos, I'm going to bring our adventures to a close, but this is a conversation I'd like to pick up again because a very, very good friend of mine who I met at Creative Assembly, he believed that if you want to learn how to make video games well, study board games. Because board games are purely design and people. There's no fancy graphics to paper over it. Yeah, you can have some minis, but minis will only go so far. You know, you can have some cool handouts, but eventually it is the game mechanics and how people experience them. That is the entire experience. And if your design can be solid in a board game, then you can beef it the feck up with visuals and graphics and mechanics and let the computer handle all the math. But having that core experience there, if you can do that, then you can win. And in cooperative games, like, there's this hunger for more different, fresh, interesting experiences. And let me tell you, if you sit down and start looking for co-op games, like, there is not a breadth and depth of different titles, you know? Like, I got so excited when we did Operation Tango, because there isn't another game quite like it. I mean, I guess Clandestine, but that's like... God. That's like trying to find a new kind of champagne and settling for Mountain Dew. Like, okay, yes, it's a fizzy liquid like you asked, but it's not the same. Like fizzy liquid with gin in, I guess. Oh, Sadlin's saying that Fantasy Strike is now a free-to-play fighting game. Yo! Is Fantasy Strike free-to-play? There goes my weekend. Who am I kidding? I have so much stuff going on right now. Oh shit, yeah, Fantasy Strike's free. Thank you, Satan. Fred saying nothing says mutual support, like orcs. Yeah, as long as there's a good warg going. Oh, sorry, Fred was saying soon the ultimate cooperative spirits will come. Will orcs metal slugging it out? God. Okay. So yeah, so friendos, I'm going to bring our adventures to a close, but thank you for wonderful conversation. For those of you who stayed for the weird Twin Peaks RPG title, I really hope you enjoyed it. If it's something you'd like to see more of, let me know on Discord, post about it in general or arcade or what have you. Again, friends, like, I always advise against recommending me your favorite games, but if there's stuff we've done here that you'd like to see more of, let me know. Sadlin, I am sorry I have not helped any further with the planning of next week, but we'll come up with a scheme. I've got to get my friends round so I can look after my dogs. Yeah. I do not know how I'm surviving right now, apart from like becoming a functioning alcoholic. But I will say, the conversation today has been brilliant. The games have been weird and exceptional. I've had a fucking lovely day. I hope you have too. So, let me roll credits. Let me say my thank yous. And hopefully today there are some people I can pass you to. Okay. Right. Friendos. Let me say... Crux. No. Sorry. Thank you for the 100 bits. But also, no. Oh. No, and again, apologies for the fishtailiness, but I really have had a lovely day. So, thank you all for hanging out. And we're definitely going to come back to this like co-op board game discussion, because it is one of those spheres where board games are definitely winning over video games in terms of like variety of co-op experiences. So it's something definitely worth talking about. Anyway, to that end, the only reason that I get to sit in this chair, whether I'm coherent or otherwise, is because you lot keep this operation going. So to all of you, whether you were hanging out or lurking or chatting, thank you so much. But like specifically the things that allow me to buy food and not die, I must say a special thank you to. So to Get to the Boat, Big Saxy, to Catastros and Wolfgrad, to Bacon Avenger and Thrame, Favor 6 and Vanderbeast and Crux, to J-Post, I don't know why I said it like that, to the League of Spooky Anonymous Cheerers, even though they did build a creepy pyramid while I was still going live. All of you, thank you. Thank you not just to Caffeine, but also Lizzie T. Powell, Tal, and Moose for being my little squad of mob peoples. To Havoc Puppy, Ami Masashi, both of these, and Sean People, thank you for either being the recipients of subs or long-time, hard-suffering 42-monthers, and to both Aperios Unlimited and Hillian, thank you for the raids. Because that means you brought your people in here, and you're like, alright, I'm looking at every other asshole here on Twitch. Who do I know can handle this lot? Alright, I'm gonna give them to Will. Let's see how this goes, you know? Wow, it is a very quiet afternoon on this Twitch.television, so I do apologise for bringing things to a close so early. Tomorrow, Sea of Thieves. Fingers crossed. Kyle will be back with us. Ems may not be joining us, as sadly she's been down ill. So we'll see what tomorrow's crew looks like. But win, lose or draw, there will be Sea of Thieves, and it will be most certainly entertaining. So, have yourself a lovely rest of your day. You made it through the heart of the week. You just got to survive Friday. Job's a good one. And I will see your lovely selves on Discord. So yeah. Have a lovely evening, friends. I'll see you